Hello, guys, and welcome to the streaming of the Austrian Legacy League Seasons End Tournament 2023. I'm Peter Blank from the In Response to Legacy podcast, and I'm joined here with
Jonas, Brown fan. I will play the European Legacy Masters, and I don't want to play today, so I'm commentating.
Okay. So we two are basically joined here to talk a little bit over the gameplay of our Austrian players, to give a little bit of perspective for the tournament. This is the Seasons End tournament that we have basically every single year. And at the Seasons End tournament, we conclude the 8th season now of the Austrian Legacy League, and we'll start the next season like next month. And yeah, so we have 21 competitors today that battle the tournament out. We will use Cardboard Live for this tournament. So on the left and on the right side, you have the opportunity to see the deck lists. And yeah, I think it's a lot to say. Do you have any pre-talk for the tournament here?
Yeah, I think that we will not see a repeat in the winner from last year.
I don't think it's possible because the winner sits
beneath. Yeah, because I am the last year's champion, which is a little bit more meaningful than this year because last year it qualified for European Legacy Masters. This year it doesn't. It's just open. You can play for cash value.
Yeah.
Which is also nice. But yeah, we also will give out the trophies for the Austrian Legacy League play, which finished with the end of July.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of festivities planned. And yeah, I'm looking forward because this is like the last bigger tournament before Wilds of Train will release.
Yeah, because like Wilds of the Train will be legal on next Friday basically, and the thing with Wilds of the Train is actually there's like one key card in the set that will have potentially a lot of applications in Legacy.
And maybe one card for Rhinos. The elk with the blue adventure. It could play because the adventure is quite good. The faithless looting.
Okay, it's faithless looting on a free.
It's a 1 and a blue. Adventure draw 2, discard 2.
Okay.
And then it's just a big dummy on the other side. I think for 4 mana.
Okay. Which
you could play. I don't know if it makes the cut over property at this point, but.
Yeah, I mean, with Rhinos, which is basically a deck to look out actually for the next time. It was like a lot times in the shadows of the other decks in the format, but within the last few weeks actually, the game, the deck really shook up the metagame a little bit.
Yeah, LSV published a video about it.
Okay, that's the reason.
Yeah, but he played horribly. I watched like 2 games. And he made a lot of not like misplays, but things that someone who has played like more than 100 Rhinos games would have done differently.
Yeah, so a lot of sequencing issues, maybe like this.
Yeah, something like that, and like small sound magic moves, which don't really play to the unique style of the deck.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of decks in Legacy, as many other formats, have like that thing where you can play a lot of them good if you're good at Magic, but you really need the experience with those cards to foster the potential of the deck. Actually, it's the same with like, because I've played Goblin Welder and Painter, it has a lot of various things that you can do that maybe don't go that far or aren't really intuitive to play, and it's the same thing with Delver decks. And yeah, you can play them to like a good effort, but to really stood the ground up, it's something different.
For everybody wondering, I am really well. I have a lot of games with Rhinos under my belt. I qualified for European Legacy Masters by winning a tournament with Rhinos. I am the reigning FNM champion of Linz with Rhinos because I won last week's tournament with a perfect score, like I won every game.
Okay.
Every match 2-0. Yeah, I think it's really good, really well situated against the current meta.
Is it really good against Shadow? Which is like the key
It's
thing?
not really good against Shadow, but I have a 55% win rate against Shadow.
Okay, only on FNM basis or
No, on online basis.
on online basis?
I don't track my win percentage on FNM basis because it's too little data. Like I probably have a 90% win rate against some decks because they played only 10 matches, which is not really that.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I the one thing is against scam. The scam package is not good enough because if you go down, I will trade basically my hand against Johan and I have a free two.
Yeah.
Then I just go, yeah, okay, I do nothing and then whoops, the top deck 8 power.
Yeah. Or 11 with a Shadows
10,
Agent.
10.
Oh,
4 for 2 is 10.
Yeah, I thought it's a 3-2, but
Yeah,
it would be way too broken.
So, and also the meta is either all the good decks have greedy mana bases or Chesky control, and against Chesky control you're just favored.
Yeah.
So Blood Moon is key. Blood Moon is extremely good.
Yeah.
Against Delva I play 3 Endurance main.
Okay. Yeah. It's like you just played the long con and Lauren Revealed was like the perfect card to be printed
and
for the deck.
Also, Bowmaster was a really good card for the deck because the two toughest matchups were basically Cephalid Breakfast and 8-cast.
Yeah.
The one is a deck where they have a combo based on 1/1s surrounded by card draw, which is hated by Bowmaster.
Yeah.
The other one is a blue deck which makes a 1/1 Thopters and also draws a lot of cards, which is hated by Bowmaster.
Yeah.
So those decks are currently not that well situated, and I don't expect them at ALM to be played that highly.
Yeah.
So just by that, the Rhinos just got better because the metagame shifted.
Yeah.
And also you have a lot of people don't know the deck in the sense that they don't understand the whole the sequencing because it's not that well known to the player base. So you have this brewer's advantage because sometimes you just get people by playing Rhinos and they don't expect to do the things you do.
But we will just tune in with the players and we will come back like in a minute or two with the first round. It will be Andreas Schaubmeier versus Christian Münster. See you in a bit. And welcome back. We had just a little bit of camera issues. It didn't load the actual picture. So now we are back with Christian Münster versus Andreas Schaubmeier. We have here, it's Abzan Depths versus 4-color control. You can see the deck lists on the left and the right side. You kind of have to forgive us for the little bit of a flimsy in the picture, but yeah. Seems like a really, really slow start actually.
Yeah, Christian took a mulligan because he has one less card than he should. In his hand. So that's a good sign for the combo for the control deck. I think I don't know Christian's list to the last dot, but I think it should be a good matchup against Vocal Control because Vocal Control might be too slow to handle. They're really fast. Merit Lashes.
Yeah.
But also that's not what happened in game one. So
yeah, it's actually seems like a really, really strong start on the side of Andreas. He has double swords in his hand, a force of will.
It's just the strongest start for the control deck if the opponent isn't doing nothing to turns.
Yeah. That's true.
Sam was the Stout Harvard, if anybody not up to date with the cardboard or knowledge. So he basically now just gets his fetchland back.
Or his wasteland.
What a wasteland.
I mean, it really depends.
So he can bring back a permanent, if it dissolves, it doesn't dissolve. But he could have brought back a permanent that was put in the graveyard this turn.
Yeah.
So that interacts nicely
only
with
to his hand, if I remember correctly.
Yes, but he would be fine with that because he needs mana. Well, it's pretty sure it's to the hand because otherwise this card would be insane and go infinite with literally every 4th card they ever printed.
Yeah. That's true. I mean.
And also the ring would have tempted him.
Yeah. Which is something that is actually nice.
If he can get to the 2nd level of the ring, it's relevant against the control deck. The first level,
the first level
basically
is
Skulk. It's not relevant against the control deck.
the really good thing is the looting effect. I mean, the third effect is also not that bad, which means your opponent has to sacrifice the cards. But if he blocks with a creature, he has to sacrifice it at the end of the combat. But the really good thing is like the second one.
We just saw Andreas cast the Ice Half of Fire and Ice to tap on the Maze of Ith, which is either a signal that he just made a misplay and threw away a removal spell against the creature deck, or what I think is actually true is he's just so far ahead that he can just take his time and do whatever he want because fire the fire half would be kinda good against this deck. Also the ice half isn't that bad against the Merit Clash deck because you can basically time walk the Merit Clash player. And tapping with the fifth does nothing besides drawing him the card.
Yeah. And here we see the first knight being sorted.
Yeah, we just will see some one-on-one answering until Christian is out of gas, and then a fourth or some action spell and maybe a Minsk and Boo, and then the game is over.
Yeah, the thing is just like Andreas has to really leverage now his removal spells and counters just to drop in like an Uro or the One Ring in like a turn or two, and then it's basically game over for Christian. He doesn't really have anything that can compete with it.
How fast? So like how much combo deck is Christian's deck?
How much combo? Usually his version is like one of each.
So it's not a dark depth combo deck really. It's just a mid-range deck with just dark depth in his hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, because if he actually would be combo focused, I would have suggested to going down to 5 and not keeping a weak.
It's 2/2, so it's like middle ground.
Yeah. Then I would like to revise my statement from earlier. I think this matchup is really good for color control.
Yeah.
Because
it's not an all-in version.
Yeah, basically the all-in versions just have to dodge the removal spell and then win the game.
Yeah.
And I think this list is somewhat unfocused because it tries to do two things at once, which is not that good against control decks.
I mean, usually you have something like the green-white depths running around, which do something. The thing is now, you have like with the Abzan version, you have like a few good cards that are now being brought in that were recently printed, like the Samwise Ganji or Samwise the Stout, how to call it the right name, and like Orcish Bowmasters. But yeah, Orcish Bowmasters on one hand is a card that can do a lot here, but yeah, it's still not like really strong.
And we might see one here because he and here it is. And I would suggest to let it resolve, give the Narset away, and then play Dress Down, which is in hand.
I mean, you can just play Dress Down.
Yeah. We just did before, so to kill to eliminate the anti-battlefield trigger would be better. Yes. I was just thinking about getting the Ponder through.
Yeah. Now is the land for the swords.
I mean, to be fair, you also that's the right sequencing here. You could also probably just let your Narset die and still win the game because I think Andreas is really far ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's still free value that you can get in. But I'm trying to reload the camera because it's getting kind of awkward here. I will let you alone with the guys in the chat.
Yes. For everybody wondering why the interaction between Dress Down and Orcish Bowmaster, Dress Down wins because by the time the card draw ability from Dress Down resolves, Bowmaster already doesn't have any abilities, and so he doesn't mind you drawing that extra card. Yeah, Andreas just sitting there with two sword explosives in his hand, which just are good cards, and we are just waiting for an action spell. On the other hand, Christian has one basically dead card in his hand with a Mox Diamond, then a Leyline Binding, which is not the best card in this matchup. Oh no, this is Leyline Binding, or is it also Swords? I think it's also Swords, and second Yabemaha, which also is a dead card. Yeah. That's a good card he just drew with the Knight of the Reliquary, but I don't think it's enough. I think Andreas just ahead this whole game. Don't I? It's hard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably you have to kill the Bowmaster here for to unlock your cantrips. That's a sorcery, yes. Please don't. That card would be insane if it would be a instant. And nothing changed.
Yeah, I don't really know where the issue lies. I mean, maybe we can get in a fix.
Yeah. So, just to get you up to speed, really nothing happened. Münster drew a Knight of the Reliquary, but Andreas used one of the two swords he had in hand. Then he tried to play Aluren revealed instant speed, but didn't. Yeah.
And yeah, we know we have some webcam connection issues. The thing is, we don't know why. We have our webcam USB connected to a LAN port. There we go with LAN to our computer. And usually it works, but apparently we have some electricity issues in uppercase. So the problem
in
could
upper, you mean Upper Austria?
No, I mean
Uppercase?
at upper stairs.
Upstairs. Uppercase just made no sense.
So yeah.
Yeah, crop rotation, which could find a Thespian stage here. We know that Andreas. No, we don't know if he has a sword left because he
used two already.
used two already.
The thing is, like, if he has an
Bell Pierce, not really an answer here.
I mean, no, it doesn't even delay it by a turn. Did he already remove two counters from the stage?
Yes, there were some turns where just nothing happened and he paid 6 mana into it, like 3 and 3 again.
Yeah. And it gets in for the win.
Yes,
that's crazy. End of turn.
Yeah, that's
crop
awkward
rotation for the win.
That's a control deck with a full grip and basically infinite mana, like 8 mana, losing the game, which doesn't feel right.
Not really. But yeah, apparently Christian Münster, Abzan depths now 1-0 ahead versus Andreas Schaubmeier. And for your convenience, chat, we will really try to get in a fix for the camera. I mean, it's also for our conveniency, but it's really shit, and we know it.
At this point, we hope to see a quick 2-0, so we have a lot of time between rounds to fix it.
Actually, that's the...
Because it very well could be like if Andreas wins this second game now, and
it goes
to turns.
Yeah, but for sure.
Yeah, just Andreas will now mount to 3, and Christian will play a turn 4 different Merit Lash or something like that.
And to give you a timer, guys, we will include it in the screen now. But yeah, will be interesting how the second game fares. But yeah, it's really awkward.
Yeah, but that's also a cautionary tale. Never scoop, even if it seems lost.
I would have scooped just to have the time versus the control deck, but I'm also usually Yeah, we know the stream is flickering and we hate it. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yep.
Usually we strive for the production quality for our streams, but
I mean, you actually also did the pro production move and brought in an pro player to do pro play, like the winner of the last tournament to do commentary, which is like the retired player going to the
stream.
Broadcaster.
Which is like usually the move that you do.
Yeah.
But yeah,
every sport ever.
It's horrible. Do we have a second? Maybe we have a second.
USB cable.
Second camera somewhere lying around.
We could use this one.
We could use this one, but I suspect it's a camera issue. If you disconnect the other webcam, we'll fix it. I mean, I don't think so, but we can try it. I mean,
still flickering.
Still flickering. So it's for sure somewhere in the cables, but yeah. At least when the camera didn't work, we didn't have any flickering.
Yeah, maybe we will just try the pro check move and shut it down and reboot it, which is like #1 solution for all of our problems.
Which is actually something I did.
Yeah, maybe you did it wrong.
Okay, switch it around.
Does
Give
it
it back.
absolutely do nothing?
No, it doesn't.
Is there any box where you can take please no flickering?
We can actually do a freeze frame or something like that.
Is it a bug or a feature?
I mean, it's definitely a feature. So it's way more exciting. Do I see the next picture or do I not? But for you guys in the chat, that's at least the Cardboard Life extension work. Please tell me it does. Which would be like the one thing that could change our life. So yeah, maybe guys, tell us if the Cardboard Life works and we will gladly die here without any stable stream.
I would not like to die for a record, but
we will die on this hill.
We are not on the hill.
We are underground. But yeah, so before sideboarding, do we have any key cards here in the sideboard on the side of Christian?
Do we have a back to basic? No, back to basic choke. I mean, we have a choke.
No, we have Collector Roof, Gadoctique, Outland Liberator, Endurance, as Plague Engineer, Deafening Silence, Surgical Force of Vigor, and Thought Seizers. I mean, and personally,
Endurance and Gadoctique?
Yeah, basically. Because like Gadoctique at least shut down the Prismatic Ending.
Shuts down Force of Will, 4 Arrow Lingers, which I suspect in the deck, because
Yeah.
there's an X in it.
Yeah. Ending and Terminus
and Aluren Revealed card.
and Lauren Revealed. Yeah.
It's better than probably some of the other cards.
Yeah, for sure. And on the side of Andreas,
We probably don't have a back to basics there, but it would be really funny. That's the wrong deck.
we have like Meltdowns, Surgicals, Pyroblast, Hydroblast seem bad. Force of Negation, you don't need those. Maybe you bought in the Soul God Lantern because you feel like it.
What's Meltdown?
And the Leyland Bind. Meltdown.
It's Meltdown, okay.
Yeah.
No, that you don't want that.
I mean, it's basically Leyland Binding, am I right?
Yeah, which also gets shut down by Gadoctique.
Yeah. So, and maybe the second Terminus. Do you want the Brotherhood's End? Doesn't really work
No.
like that. doesn't clear any
I
big
mean,
breaches.
there are board states where it will win you the game. Like if your opponent has Dread Arbor, Bowmaster, and a Mox Diamond in play.
Yeah.
But I think that's just too narrow.
I don't think it. I think there are better cards in the main deck.
You can
And
kill both.
and one thing that we mentioned is like the One Ring.
It's in the slip.
He doesn't play any the One Ring, Andreas.
The budget list.
And no fourth Airling is actually 2.
Really? I don't think that's correct. Like, I believe your list is correct. I don't think the decision is correct.
So it's basically like Minskin Poor or Die. I mean, you have the Wars too, but yeah. Seems like something crucial here. And here we have like a key card in our Elvish Visionary. And we will give Jonas some time to judge here. So you are left with me. So we have now an Elvish Reclaimer. So we have Elvish Reclaimer on the board now. And I don't wanna say it out loud, but apparently it doesn't flicker anymore. But yeah, Prismatic Ending. We will see a lot of those coming actually on the side of Andreas. Just clean one-on-one answers. But yeah. And now it starts flickering again when we acknowledge it. Working out great. I'm sorry, guys. It's... We shouldn't talk about it working, because when we start talking about it, it doesn't start working again. So yeah, we will have here now a 2020 on the side of Christian. He gets the token, it gets sorted, so he goes up to 39 life, and he will have a lot of time left in this game with such an advantage in the life total. But maybe...
Why is it not flickering?
It was just working, then we said it looks good now, then it started flickering again, so we don't acknowledge it working anymore, so it starts to get working again. So yeah, we have like a key card now in the exile on Andreas actually. With Bojuka, he exiled the one Wasteland, and the one Wasteland is a one-off in the side of Andreas, and he has a Life of the Loam in hand. So basically, there was a chance that Andreas could waste lock Christian out of the game. But with the key Bojuka, actually, he cleared it out.
Yeah, if you're thinking back to game 1, where like on turn 2, both players had a Wasteland.
Yeah.
In play. I think that's a mistake from Andreas, because he should let Christian Wasteland one of his dual lands, and then play his Wasteland to have something against the combo.
Yeah. I mean, it was like on turn 2 versus like, I don't know what Christian correctly plays, because like the last time Christian played, he was on the rock control or cradle control.
But like putting Christian on Dark Depths probably is more often right than wrong.
Yeah, typically that's a correct statement, yeah. But yeah. The Graver got cleared actually with an endurance here. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the endurance here. Was there another Uru in the Graver? I mean, you weren't here.
Life of the Loam. Life of the Loam got.
Okay, which is...
Probably. But I did not. And he brought in the Brotherhood land, which I don't think is correct.
Yeah, it just does too little, especially with like Knight of the Reliquary and Elvish Reclaimer growing out of the Brotherhood's end.
Like, right now it does nothing because the Reclaimer is already bigger.
Yeah. And here we have...
It also does nothing because the Reclaimer will now leave the battlefield and go under the lab.
Yeah, And what's the card that we get here?
Ah,
Another
yeah,
Festband stage.
Also, that's a little bit of wrong sequencing, wrong play patterns from Andreas Schobmeier, because while you're casting the Terminus, it's
Yeah.
not in the library still, it's in your hand.
Yeah,
They're just representing the board state a little bit incorrect here.
yeah, that's true. Because it's like you get it to the hand and then exile it.
Like
No, you don't exile it
no,
because you can.
no, but because it's a trigger. So if
Yeah.
the player reads it before he has a chance to play it, you can like reverence grab it
Yeah.
and discard it, and then or you could stifle the multi trigger.
One thing that was like happening a lot was how it was called. There was the fairy that.
Hammer Oh,
No, there was a fairy that.
the fairy. So misspent click. Tapping
Wendilion click.
Wendilion click.
Where you could put away the
Yeah.
miracle card under the deck, and he drew a new one. So like, you still got the miracle trigger, but you didn't have the card in hand.
If you have if play Esper Wild, you can vial in your meddling mage and name this card.
Yeah, sure. Because like trigger still on the stack. It's like a storm trigger.
Also, stifling storm triggers is something I would recommend.
It's something I would like to do, but never actually did.
Yeah, Stifle is also, I think, in a good spot right now.
Yeah.
Because Mind Desire is probably overplayed because it's a new card.
And here we have like Andreas on 25 life.
Yeah.
To live, one attack, and then prismatic ending, most likely the Marvel Large.
Yeah. Also you can Stifle also handles Cascade very well.
Yeah, that's
so I
true.
think Stifle is playable right now.
Yeah, it's a card that does a lot. The thing here is like, do you want to get rid of like a white source?
No, because you lose to one white source anyway, so it doesn't gain you anything. Just apply pressure here, because now you get an endurance probably.
Yeah, get rid of
the 2 heroes, have a 2-turn clock even if Merit Lush is handled.
Or you get in for the night to get a second 1-turn clock.
I don't know about that.
I mean, the thing is like, you still lose to another Terminus.
Yeah, but that you just do.
I mean, and here you give your opponent not really any time anyways, because like he needs to remove spells, and if he doesn't have those, it looks bad.
Yeah, but he doesn't though, because he can go removal spell, Uro.
Yeah, but you still have to trade the Euro on the next turn, because like the knight is like an 8/8.
Yeah, but you give so much extra card. You give one more extra card than you would if you would have gone endurance.
Yeah. And here is the thing: why does he do that? I would just fetch for Mystic Sanctuary and then upkeep Brainstorm on my opponent's turn. It would have been one.
What do you mean?
He has a Brainstorm in hand, and he had a fetch open for Mystic Sanctuary to put.
Yeah, I mean it runs into
Wasteland, and it would have run into Wasteland because he could Wasteland in response an island.
It's tapped now. Right now the Wasteland's tapped. If it does,
Okay.
fetch this turn.
Yeah, fetch this turn.
You can get the Mystic, but Bowmaster would put you to virtually dead. Like to exactly that. And
I mean,
Battlefield trigger.
Christian has no cards in hand.
Really? You should. If he has no cards in it, then you probably could do that. And yes, he already played a land this turn, if that's the question.
Directly to Münster.
Wrong Münster.
Do you write it to him? Yeah. Okay. So judging directly from commentary.
I have done more remote judge calls than I can count. Like people call at Sunday 10 p.m. Judge, I have a question. I'm playing Commander right now. What happens if I put these 12 cards at the table?
At the table and
At the
then
table in the same time.
and then I cast Blood Moon. What are my opponent's lands now? So yeah,
I don't think he checked his phone, but yeah, they reached the right conclusion.
the thing is now, what does he do? He needs like 2 remove spells.
He has ice in hand, so he needs 1 more to live a turn.
Okay, yeah. So it's like 1 turn.
It basically needs ending or swords to be in this game.
The problem is, like, even if you have like an ending, I mean, even if you have a swords,
I mean,
how do you come back?
Yeah, you don't win the game. If you have the swords, you're still in the game.
Yeah. The thing is, like, even though he's like 1 game down, and how do you beat your opponent from 60 life?
I think that's a big problem with this deck, with this build with Andreas.
Yeah.
He doesn't win the game.
Yeah. I think he needs like 1 or 2 other engines actually, like the One Ring nowadays, with the halfling versions.
Honestly, just put 2 4 Arrowlingers in this deck and you probably are fine. He doesn't.
I mean, he only needs 1 or 2. Yeah, 1 or 2 or 4 Arrowlingers is like.
Because 4 Arrowlingers, Mystics and 2 4 Arrowlingers.
Yeah.
And the game is wrong.
I mean, he has a Terminus in hand. I think he flipped it off the Ponder.
I mean, if he basically lost the first game to not being able to finish the game, because if he applied more pressure,
yeah,
then
he would have won.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, like, Christian traded like 1-on-1 creatures, like 3 or 4 of them, and then played a Marit Large and won the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there was the writing on the wall like a few turns ahead of the play.
Yeah, but basically just there were turns where literally nothing happened. Like,
yeah,
Christian activated the ability of Marit Large multiple times. So if you just have a big spell in between in this window, you win the game.
Yeah, sure. Just play Minsc and Pooh.
And we have a concession.
So really good for us because we can fix or hopefully get a fix for the camera. I mean, we don't acknowledge that it worked for the last few minutes. See what happens when I tell it? So yeah, Christian Münster actually wins 2-0 versus Andreas Schaubmeier. Abzan Depths had like a glorious Marit Large play. And yeah, thank you for watching the stream, where we don't have any mouse capacity apparently. So yeah, we will see you for the next round, and yeah, stay in for a bit. And welcome back to the stream. It was like a really long break because like we had like 7 or 8 extra minutes, and yeah, the game was actually pretty fast in our first round with like 20 minutes to go. Now we have Tobias Jagersberger on Aluren versus Patrick Langwieser on blue-white control actually.
Also, the names of the decks are switched up right now,
which is shortly fixed. You should have access to all the deck lists via our cardboard live extension, so should look out great for you guys.
Do we have the deck lists? I mean, I may not be able to look at them because I'm competing in this event, but the interesting thing for me is last week I played against Patrick, and he played blue-white control, but he had a kind of interesting list because he played soul lands, so he could play his free drops faster. So not the Narset, but I think he isn't playing them today. No, but the back to basics and the wheel effects, if he plays it still.
Yeah, he's still playing back to basics. you see in the deck list 4 Back from the Brink, which is apparently Back to Basics doesn't exist on Cardboard Live.
Okay.
So, but he's playing 4 Cardboard Lives. We have 21 players, so it's 5 rounds into top 8. And yeah, this is the second round with 2 players at 1-0.
And he's not playing the Days Undoing?
He is playing 2 Days Undoing with the 4 Narcissist.
Okay, so a little bit of a changed list from last week. Okay, I actually like this list a bit more because last week he had problems with his mana because Narset casts double blue, and if he only has 1 blue source and a soul land, he can't really bring out Narset and other powerful plays.
Yeah.
So now I'm playing with the Back to Basics of 3 basics, so that's nice. Tobias is gonna try to force it.
No.
This doesn't work because
we tell the
that's-
judge.
Yeah, because that's a force of negation. But Tobias,
I will
should
let
have
you short
catched-
that
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna commentate for a bit alone. This shouldn't have worked because force of negation can't counter in his own turn for free. The players didn't catch the mistake, but we're gonna have it fixed shortly. Because this Back to Basic should not be on the board. Yeah, okay, they're gonna correct it. The Force of Will should be in the graveyard. Let's see if they're gonna fix it. Okay, so he had a normal Force of Will and we're still back to the same result. Okay. So it was... Okay. Yeah. So apparently, Patrick had a normal force as well, and the result is the same. But there's actually another mistake because the force of will from Tobias shouldn't be exiled right now.
Okay.
Which is a bit relevant because we also see Uro in the graveyard. Force of will in the graveyard would be another card for Uro, so this mistake should also be fixed. But yeah,
We will see.
let's see. Yeah.
And something that Tobias usually always does is like playing Bagalure and stuff like that.
Yes, it's his pet deck. So he, it was his most played deck in this season we just ended. He won the season, so he was first place. He's very, very good with Aluren, also evidented by him being 1-0 right now. He also had, the deck also plays a lot of snow basics because of the Baleful Strix thing. What's it called?
Icefall Coat.
Yeah,
Icefang Quartal usually.
because of the Icefang Coatl. So I think the Back to Basics is not that big of a deal right now for him. I was actually a bit surprised to see him counter or try to counter the Back to Basics.
I also think he could have basically let him be wastelanded because it had the Caracas already. Just to give him like the 1 land, he's playing 5 basics in his list, and he is not on Bacaluren now because he's on 4 color Luren, because it basically, I think he cut all the Strixen, all the Strix effects. He's playing 1 parasitic Strix, because it's the win condition.
Combo,
So yeah, it will be interesting now with Teferi committed to the board.
I actually quite like him cut the Strix because they lost a lot of value with the Bowmaster because they're very easy to shoot down, and so they're basically not trading 2 for 1 but just 1 for 1.
Just for the information, this tournament will happen all tonight, so we will stream most likely until 1 in the morning or about midnight for us in Europe. So will be a late stream for us, but if you are an American watcher, it will be pretty early stream for you guys or for the afternoon. And yeah, for this turn we see here the prismatic ending now attempted on the the Back to Basics, but we know, I think, that there is a force of negation in the
we knew about the force of negation because of the Takesies Backsies from the switch with the normal force of will, and he also has the blue card to back it up. I'm actually a bit surprised, and I have a rules question here. How does Aluren work with Teferi on the battlefield, does it stop the Aluren?
So no, it doesn't stop the Aluren. It just stop the instant speed.
The instant speed combo.
But you can play creatures with mana value 3 or less for free.
Yes.
But not instant speed. Only
Okay,
sorcery
so
speed.
it basically stops the combo.
No, it doesn't really stop the combo.
It doesn't stop the Red combo. It just makes it more difficult because you have to let each
Trigger resolve.
each room trigger resolve.
Yes.
So it's not. If you have less life than the other player, if you have less cards in play than the other player's life, you might not go through with it because you have to draw a card.
No, he doesn't play a Serac. He's playing the Strix combo now because it's
okay, but I
more
still
into
think
band.
it's a bit of a problem because with the Teferi on the battlefield, if Patrick just pluses it every turn, he's gonna have instant speed removal against the combo, so he can stop it more easily. So actually, I would have liked him to remove the Teferi, not the back to basics, because yeah, I mean he's the next back to basics, but he already has 4 basics in play, all his colors.
The key thing here is that it stops the Uro getting back, because like if you get the Uro down this turn, you're kind of desperate in. Do I bounce the Uro with the Teferi? What is basically the plan that?
He's trying to go for
but
so another Uro.
And
yeah, but he only needs the green source once. If he can protect the Uro. So he can also use a dual land for. So he has 1 basic forest.
Yeah, and a few of the dual lands. He should have like 2
yeah,
or
he should
3.
be able to.
He
also
drops,
has another forest in his deck. So actually, I don't think it's that much of a problem. It slows him down, but he has so much more important cards to fight over. I really didn't like the all the fighting
about the back to basics. Yeah. I also think it was like the first misplay kinda here.
Yeah, and also this the Narset is a real problem for him.
Yeah, because it can't go through the deck.
Yeah.
But the thing is, now with the new version, you loop through Recruit of the Guards.
Okay, so he doesn't need to draw his deck. Okay.
Yeah. But it helps immensely that you can play an Uro for free, draw a card, and see what happens here. But yeah.
Yeah, but against control, still, I wouldn't fight fight over the back to basics, because if the matchup is going to go long, he still needs to fight through all the permission from the control deck, and fighting over back to basic doesn't achieve that.
Yeah, the thing here is now, I personally would try to play the Teferi, and he does.
Yeah.
Because like,
it is.
You kind of want to force check it, or
if it goes through,
it's a spell piece.
Yes. If it goes through, you're both playing at sorcery speed, which is also pretty important for him. Also, he can bounce the back to basics without having to fear immediate creature or like it having removed. Okay, now it would have been removed with the 4 Phalangas. But still, it would have been really nice for him. It would have freed his mana in the next turn. He could have brought back Uro. It would have been a big play. But as it stands, sadly, I think this game is pretty much over. We see 2 Force of Wills, 4 Phalangas, I think the Prismatic Ending, and another card in Patrick's hand. Tobias has...
he has an Aluren in his hand and some other cards. But the thing is, like, even if he gets like the green source that he desperately wants to need, and here we... Judge, Jonas, you have to go upstairs.
Yes, because Narset and he drew 3 cards. Yeah. Okay. So another misstep from both players again. And I think that's the nerfs. It's a big event. It has like €20 buy-in, and Pierce is testing hard for the ELM. So maybe it's the nerfs getting a bit to the players.
And yeah, the correct thing I think currently is like basically say, Tobias, you kind of lost the game here.
Yeah.
And
I think it's pretty much over. I'm okay with him trying to still win the game somehow, but basically, I think he's very, very far behind.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to go to the next game.
Yeah, I
Play
agree.
your anti-control stuff, have your mana freed up, especially against back to basics with something like an Carpet of Flowers, which I'm sure he's playing. But yeah, we will see.
Okay, I think they're now going to scoop it up. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So Tobias realizing against the Narset without the brainstorm, he so falsely resolved.
Was it a game loss?
No, it was no penalty at all, because as soon as he raised the problem, he just said, I concede.
Okay,
Because
yeah,
he-
it makes sense. He was so far behind. I think there was really no coming back against the sports state.
I don't
And-
think that this shouldn't be a competitive tournament, right? It's basically like this regular blast that we play.
It's
Okay.
basically
So
regular
we
plus.
don't have a judge really at the tournament, so we don't play competitive.
And I don't think that it's like force checking. It's actual game rule violation, if I
What?
remember correctly. Drawing free of a brainstorm.
Oh yeah, that's the game rule violation.
Yeah. So it's not a miss trigger. It's a game rule violation for both players, and a harder one for the player
No,
who
no,
did it.
not a harder one. It's just a game. It's the same penalty for both
Okay.
player. Just a remedy will hit the player harder who drew the extra cards because it will mess with his hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you try to make it as fair as possible. So maybe like a remedy could be here to put 2 random cards
Yeah.
from his hand back on top. But you can only really do this if you're in a format where you can't really shuffle
Yeah.
the library. Because as soon as fetches resolve, then you won't have the same outcome anymore. Because
Yeah. The thing is, I had a judge call like this against an opponent in Bologna, I think, where I had an asset out, and he basically said cast brainstorm, and he grabbed 3 cards, and it was like I have Narset out, and it was like too slow to say it, and the fix was like I choose 2 cards of his hand that he had to put away or something like that.
yes, you can do that. Which is the harsher penalty, but which makes make sure that the player who actually did commit the infraction doesn't gain an advantage.
Yeah.
Which is a kind of which is some part of the philosophy, because even if he's not cheating, he should not gain advantage from
Playing,
not
following the rules.
Not following the rules.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Okay.
just to finish, focus a little bit on the sideboarding we have on the
Yes.
side of
I
Tobias.
wanted to talk about it a bit, yeah.
We have like a card that is really great, is Lavinia, because
Yes.
it stops all the force
Yeah, it stops
effect.
all the forces. I would definitely bring it in. I would bring in the Carpet of Flowers because it lets him go even faster.
The thing is like, do you want to bring in the one of force of Vigor? Because
Yeah, I
like,
think so.
you've seen that back to basics,
Yeah,
or
he-
you're just focusing on the basics on your own, which is like a trade-off.
That's true. I think he brings in the both of the Whale of Summer. I don't think you bring in the Surgical Extraction.
Not really, it doesn't do anything.
You
here.
might bring in the Force of Negation because if you know about the wheel effects and you know about the back to basics, and I think those are worth countering. Also the fairies, the Nash sets, so you have enough targets. So I think you bring in the Force of Negation, the Whale of Summer, the Carpet of Flowers, the Pernicious Deed. I know he likes to sideboard. And
Yeah,
I think
it
you bring
deals
it
with a
in
lot.
because
Nasa, Teferi,
Nasset Teferi, also the tokens from
for Ferlingas.
Violingas, and I would bring in the Lavinia. That's what I would sideboard.
Lavinia is like, if it gets resolved, it's really, really strong. And what are cards on the side of Patrick? We have Blood Moon here, which I don't really
No,
like.
I wouldn't. You have seen so many basics, and you already have the back to basics. I don't see why you would need the Blood Moon.
Something like a Pyroblast or something like that. Maybe the Fluster Storms, but I don't really think. I think it's already really good equipped, actually.
Yeah.
And yeah, we will see how.
I mean, I'm not even liking the Force of Negation because you only really want to count
The Aluren.
yeah,
Or the
and all the
Teferi, yeah.
other relevant things are like creatures. So no, I agree with you. I think maybe a bit of light sideboarding, maybe the Pyroblasts
Maybe the
They're
Flusterstorm.
always good. I don't even like the Flusterstorm. It doesn't counter the Aluren.
Yeah,
So actually, I would only board the Pyroblasts.
Yeah.
Because they're always good against blue decks. You want to counter back, you want to counter the Teferi, you want to counter his counter spells. So
Yeah. And here we see like key play here.
Yeah.
Force of negation
on the Carpet of Flowers, the turn 1 Carpet of Flowers, Tobias is forcing back. If this resolves, it could be huge.
Yeah,
but
especially with 2 islands.
Yeah,
in the hand
with
of
2
Patrick.
islands and a fetch land.
And one thing for Patrick is like...
But it's not as good as it is against Delver decks, because he only needs one Prismatic Ending, which will have stayed in, and the carpet is gone. He also is not in a hurry. With this hand, he's not in a hurry to crack his lands, because he has no relevant plays right now. So Patrick has no relevant plays.
Yeah.
Does he have a blue card in addition to his islands for his Force of Will in hand? Do you see the 4th card?
Not really. One key thing here is Tobias pitched his Arctic Merfolk, which is like
A one-off.
It's a key
A key
one-off.
piece, yeah.
It's the thing
part
that
of the
can
combo, yeah.
it's the thing that can bounce your non-blue cards, which is the recruit of the
Yeah.
card. And the other card is the Ether Channeler, so he has only one of those left in the deck. Because you need those to basically bounce your recruiter and the Parasitic Strix.
Yeah. How do you bounce the channeler again?
With Kevin Happy.
With Kevin Happy. Okay, sure.
So it's
Then I think it's not that big of a deal.
But it's still like only one of those left, so
Yeah.
he has to find it. I mean, the
Yes,
recruiter
and
line.
another counter spell is gonna be fatal on it. Yeah.
And here we have another force committed.
Oh, did he have the Leovold in the main deck?
Yeah.
Because I didn't see it in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Leovold would be pretty huge, because
Doesn't allow your opponent to draw cards.
Yes. Also, the removal gets a lot worse. Also, the wheel effects are basically turned off, because it would hit both players. With Days Undoing ending the turn, it would be even better for Tobias. And it's a free, not to forget. So it would have been good, but it is.
And here we see like the perfect mana base on the side of Patrick.
Yeah. All fetch lands, the carpets, 2 carpets that are now in play are turned off. Also, Tobias is not really playing around, or not able to play around back to basics. He has only 1 basic in play, and a Tropical Island in the Underground Sea. So back to basics will be huge. It will turn on his Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah.
Because he needs blue to cast the back to basics.
And one thing is Tobias has a Teferi in hand, which he can't cast because he has no white source.
White source, yes.
But basically the Carpet of Flowers are now mana fixing on the side of Patrick, on the side of Tobias.
Yeah.
So...
But it will be interesting why Patrick fetched all his lands, so I think he's gonna make a huge play. Nasset, okay, that's a solid start. If he hits Prismatic Ending of it, it kills 1 carpet.
The good thing here is I think he takes
Nasset
the
or
Force of Will.
Will.
Yeah.
Okay, Force of Will, yeah, that's solid.
Which gets the Teferi maybe on the next turn.
Yeah, but he needs to. He has no blue card in hand. He has only 2 islands, and Tobias is surely gonna go for it now, or he should go for it now with 2 carpets in play, because this generates him 4 mana.
Yeah.
So he can comfortably cast it and even have Hardcast Force up, if he has it. I'm not sure. Let's see. He's making 2 mana. Okay.
2 white, most likely.
I can't quite make it also on the paper sheet what he's written down, but I guess it's to show which mana he makes.
Yeah. So most likely 2 white mana because it's the thing he's missing, and maybe he gets 2 additional blue or something like that.
I'm very interested what he's gonna go for now, because he doesn't know it. Patrick has 3 cards in hand, but 2 are islands, 1 is a Force of Will. So if he goes for something... Oh, he has 2 Teferi.
Yeah.
Okay, he should definitely force check him now. 1 Teferi, see what Patrick does. Okay, I think that's what he's gonna do. Teferi? Yes. This will resolve, as we know. He needs to plus most... I wouldn't minus. But let's see. Okay.
And is it... No,
He
it's...
can't brainstorm because of the Narset. He can bounce Planeswalkers, right?
No.
Can't bounce Planeswalkers. Okay, then he can only plus because the brainstorm is locked.
And he can't really draw a card here.
Yeah, because of the Narset, yeah.
So
he can only plus, yes. What is he gonna do? Why? You can't minus.
I mean, he can minus.
Yeah, he can, but he can't draw a card. So I don't see the reason why he would minus. Even if he minuses on... I mean, he can no targets or carp the flowers, but nothing makes sense. He can... Okay, he does it. But why?
I mean, he can generate additional mana in the next step, but he still loses...
Okay, yeah, that's what he does. Good. He goes for the Recruiter of the Guard. Getting Bowmaster? Okay, that's interesting.
And then can cast Bowmaster in the next main phase. Which is actually a really nice play.
Yeah.
I like it.
1 damage at the Narset, so if she minuses, she's dead for sure. If she doesn't minus, he's gonna get it off the battlefield with an attack. Because he's 3 power now. Okay, I actually like this a lot. Yes, this was a very nice play.
And
did we see the draw? Okay, Narset is gone. Patrick is gonna minus it. He finds Prismatic Ending, Swords to Plowshares, 4th Earlingus, and Force of Will. He should have left in his hand 1 Force of Will, 2 islands, and an unknown card. Yes, 4th Earlingus is probably the best in this spot right now.
Yeah, the thing with Quaterfinals is it's kind of really good now because you get
he
an
has
additional
a land
card.
drop left. I think he drew a land. Yeah, his draw was fetch land,
which is kind of bad here.
Yeah, but he can fetch a non-blue source, 4th Earlingus for free,
which kills the Teferi. Or he
trades for all the creatures, which is also very good. Because Tobias has 1 Teferi left, so I don't think he protects the Teferi. The question is if he trades 2 of his creatures for 1 token and tries to bounce another one, or no, I would let the Teferi die.
Block 1 token with the Orc army and then kill the 1 token with the trigger from the Orcish Bowmasters because against the Monarch he attacks for face.
Yeah, but Patrick didn't even play the 4th Earlingus, which I don't think is
the correct thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
so far behind on board. And if that was his... Then why did he take the 4th Earlingus? He has 4th island. 4th Earlingus. He can't dig for another thing with the Bowmaster on board very reasonably. I think he needed to play it.
Yeah,
because he had 1 draw step, lose 1 life from the Bowmaster, grow the token, but you get the Teferi off board and you don't know that he has another one.
You're kind of desperate anyway.
Yeah, so I think you needed to play it or you needed to take a removal.
Yeah.
So if he's not gonna play it, I would have liked it better if he took the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
So now I think he's very far behind by not playing, by giving Tobias another turn, like uncontested, with a hardcast Force of Will only. I don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, here we see it like he's casually ramping up the board a little bit on the side of Tobias. At least he doesn't have an Aluren, so he can't really go for the combo here, which is the good thing for Patrick.
Yeah, but can't even dig for Supreme Verdict. I guess he has Supreme Verdict.
I mean, can look it up, which is usually a card we see in.
Yeah, he needs it basically.
Wait, we also have the deck list here in paper. So he has 1 Supreme Verdict in the deck.
Yeah, okay. I think right now you basically need Supreme Verdict because there's too many big threats you can't kill that easily. I mean, with Swords to Plowshares you can, but if there's like 2 Murktides on the other side, you basically need a board wipe somewhere in your list.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's an Uro here on the side of Tobias. And I think you can just Uro and on the second main phase trigger the Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah. Generate 4 mana, recast the Uro, yes.
Yeah.
He has 2 draw steps, getting 6 life.
I mean, the life totals aren't currently not updated by our players. We will fix it for the next round.
I don't really think the life totals matter that much right now because as it stands, Tobias, if he's gonna win a big swing.
Okay, he just jams the Aluren here. I mean, also does something.
Yeah, and Patrick didn't force. Oh, he can't with the Fair. Then why did he pass the turn before? And completely missed it that the force isn't even online.
Yeah. He's getting 4 tokens.
I really didn't like the pass last turn then. And I really don't like it. I mean, now he has to go for it. He has nothing going on. But I really would have liked the attack at Teferi. If you don't know he has another Teferi, you needed to attack it.
Okay, where do they go? I think they go for the face, actually.
That's 8 damage. We don't know the life total, but he just gained 3 life from the Uro. He didn't lose any life except like from the forces here on the fetch lands.
So I think it's just a block with the Orc Army token.
So I wouldn't go face. That seems really bad.
You kind of want to have the Recruiter here. This one dies. He gains the Monarch. Let's say he goes down to 11, 12-ish or something like that on the side of Tobias.
Why do you like the block with the army?
Because of the trigger of the Monarch token to kill.
Oh, okay. I get it, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And now with another Teferi, he can like Teferi minus, so plus and minus, and bounce another token. Attack to gain the Monarch.
Yeah, the attack to gain the Monarch is basically free.
Yeah, it's completely free because you're not gonna block with either the Bowmaster or the Recruiter. You want to keep something. He also does he have an ending in hand? Okay, let's see, the very end.
Most likely.
A white card, yeah. I think it's an ending.
He has 3 prismatic.
Yeah.
Or a swords. I mean, they both basically do the same thing.
The carpets he can actually. I mean, this looks like Uro, but he could have exiled a token. I think he's gonna go for Uro. Yeah, sure, this works too.
Exactly 5 cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's good also.
Go up to 15-ish.
Yeah. And he still can ending a token. He still can play the Teferi and bounce another one. So he would be left with 1 token. He can attack somewhere in between. Yeah, okay. I think this game is pretty much over because we see on Patrick's hand 2 Force of Will, 1 Chase the Mind Sculptor, but I think it's pretty much too late.
Just to have the correct timer for you guys. We have.
So I think basically this game is pretty much over in favor of Tobias.
Yeah,
So even with the chase and no, the forces are dead until he kills the Teferi. Okay, now he's gonna ending a token. He says go, which is all right. He draws a card to ponder.
Yeah, the thing is,
Back to basic.
doesn't really do anything. It's a good card to pitch for
It's a
force.
good card to pitch for force. I wouldn't. I mean, he can play it, but it's just gonna be bounced with the Teferi.
Yeah. Yeah, this game is basically
Yeah,
over.
I mean, right now it would lock up Tobias's manner, but it doesn't advance the board. The tokens are kind of irrelevant in the face of Uro. The forces are locked under the Teferi. Even gives him another land for the
Carpet
Carpet of Flowers. So yeah, no, yeah, okay. I wouldn't play it right now. I agree with you. What he said, it's yeah, okay, no. Yeah, sure. So I think you need to bounce the Uro.
Please tell me he brainstorms here.
That's really bad because you shoot down the chase right now or one of the tokens.
No, I think you bounce the Uro.
Yeah, he needs to bounce the Uro. I think everything else is kind of really bad. And I still favor Tobias a lot.
Yeah. So for the next game, the problem is like we're really low on time now.
Yeah.
And blue-white control. I mean, he's splashing red for 4 Lingas. Is like you can't really pressure your opponent out. So on the side of Patrick, he doesn't really have any win condition basically for a really fast game in game 3. So if he like gets down the timer like beneath like 10 minutes or something like that, he can force them into draw because Aluren can't really combo that fast.
Yeah, it's not that fast. Also, you have a lot of permission on Patrick's side, a lot of removal. And also, I know Tobias because he's a friend of mine and he kinda really likes to play it safe.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's gonna go for a very fast combo. It's just not his style.
Yeah, and the problem is like you kind of need to go for a fast combo if you have like 10 minutes left on the clock. So if Tobias can like finish like in 2 minutes or something like that, it would be really good and beneficial for him.
But I think in matchups like this, he also likes to board out some of the Aluren.
Yeah, because he can win the value game as he does here.
Yes, because he favors the value game.
But the thing is, he's kind of not allowed to do this in the game 3.
Yeah. Did he spend mana on the Uro before? Because actually he can play it from hand for free with the Aluren. I didn't actually pay attention before. Okay, now he does it for free. Okay, maybe he did it for free before. I didn't pay that close attention.
I mean, he can bounce it with the Caracas if he wants to do it. Which would be a kind of neat play, actually.
Yeah, and he can completely ignore the back to basics, which he does right now. Yeah, and he pointed to his Aluren. So maybe it was the talk about the Uro. Ponder into, can't quite make it out, blue card, white card.
Yeah, I think it was a prismatic ending.
Yeah.
The thing is, on the one hand, you can prismatic ending here the back to basics. You can go for a back to basics against the chase.
Yeah.
But what do you really want to accomplish here? I mean, he has still a monarch trigger left.
Yeah, as long as he has the monarch left, I think you can sit back, if not for the timer. But we don't know if we're aware of the timer. But if you ignore the timer, Tobias can just sit back behind his board, advance his board state, and win in one big swing, basically.
If I might chime in, one small fun fact for the listeners at home. From how the feature table is situated, Tobias is able to look at the timer. Patrick is not, because he has his back to the timer. So he can look at the timer if he turns around, but he's like he might not be that aware of the timer.
So they should be aware that the time is running low. Tobias is going for another Uro from hand, getting a trigger, playing another land. I guess he's gonna fetch out one basic now.
The thing is, does he bounce it with the Caracas? I
With
think
his
this
own
is
Caracas.
Yeah. Just to get
Just
another free
another
draw.
trigger.
Yeah.
He already has another fetch land in play. He has. Does he has? The question is has he mana left over from his Aluren? Yes, he does. But he's gonna brainstorm in response to the trigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still on the stack. So he can get additional draws here. And I think here we have an Arctic. Or the Aether Channel.
I think he's gonna try to pull some combo shenanigans.
I think he has the Aether Channel now in his hand, which means he can...
Pernicious Steed, which would have cleared the tokens.
No, he has an Aether Channel in his hand.
Yeah, but from the brainstorm he just played, he had a Pernicious Steed.
Yeah, the thing is he doesn't need it.
Yeah,
he's gonna just win.
Of course.
But we see he bought it in Pernicious Steed.
Yes.
As a...
Which I thought he might, because it's really good against the tokens. And also, he really likes the card.
Yeah, it's like a catch-all.
It's one of
answer.
his favorite sideboard cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of our back players, though this is the card they start the sideboard with. And trigger on the stack.
Brainstorm
Another
again.
brainstorm.
After the shuffle, so he doesn't know. White card. So one is his swords.
Or, am I right?
Yes, okay. So now he's gonna combo, I guess. Yes.
Kevin Harpy.
Bounce the
Uro.
Draw his deck.
Draw his whole deck, and then Parasitic Strix.
Okay, he's explaining it right now. Yeah, he's just gonna go infinite, draw his library, gain a lot of life, then drain out his opponent. And we're gonna go to game number 3.
And the thing here is like, we are just about 10 minutes. So the combo is kind of the possible thing to win the game.
Yeah.
We saw like he needed like 20 minutes to win this game.
Yes.
The first game was also around about 20 minutes. So it's like, you really need the time here for the game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I like how Tobias played that game, because it really fits his playstyle. He's a friend of mine, so we tested a lot. He's a very good player, and especially good with this kind of creature combo decks that can play a fair game. And I think it's the right thing to do against in this matchup. But we need to pay close attention to his sideboarding right now. So he boarded out the forces, which is good.
He wants to go fast, basically.
Yeah, he wants to go like... He wants to... Okay, 1 force back? No? No, okay. No, I think his deck stayed the same. So we basically saw what he did sideboard out. It was the forces, so he left all the combo pieces in.
Yeah.
So he has the potential to go fast. Patrick is gonna do some sideboarding.
Yeah, he basically wants all of the Force of Wills. You don't really need to have the combo shenanigans.
Yeah, I think he boarded out the Days Undoing, at least one. And a Force of Negation. Okay, so he brought it in before. But as we said, it's not that great. It stops the Aluren, it stops the Teferi, and it stops the Carpet of Flowers. But you 2-for-1 yourself against a deck that is also comfortable playing a fair game and is happy when you 2-for-1 yourself.
Yeah, the thing is, I would have personally liked the forces here.
Okay.
Because like, you can't really win the game anyway. You
So
only have like 9 minutes.
You would have
left.
liked him stopping the early plays with the forces.
Just stop everything Tobias does.
Yeah,
and
lock
accept
the game
draw.
under like
Back to basics.
back to basics or something, and then maybe win with a 4 failings or go for a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
From a tactical point of view, sideboarding is also the correct call here to kill time.
Yeah.
Because it's not illegal, it's not slow play, it's not stalling, but he basically eliminates 12% of the clock from going from 9 to 8 minutes of 11.
Yeah, and a draw is not that bad for both players.
I think it's not ideal, but it's the best case scenario for
Yeah.
control right now.
Yeah.
Especially for Patrick, yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
we are
one of
playing
the misplays.
5 rounds, 21 players. So
Some with 3-2 will make
yeah,
it in.
some 3-2 and like X1-1 is most
X1-1
likely make it in. So if they draw now, they can even afford a loss. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
On the
I
side
mean,
of Patrick, you just accept the draw.
yeah, I mean, I'm not very happy about draws personally as a player, but yeah, I can see it from a strategic point right now.
And that's not saying that anybody does anything shady right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Because it's just simply he did something legal which also killed time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who do you have, hypothetically, if they have more time, who do you see as a favorite in game 3 with
Toby.
Patrick on the play?
Toby.
Yeah,
I always
agree.
value combo control over control. I mean, personally, I always try to play control, but I'm really bad with changing the swing point. But this is the hand that doesn't allow Toby to win the game.
So we see land, and he has 2 force of will. One he's going to put back. One he keeps 1 force of negation, 1 force of will, 3
And a back to
lands, and a
basic.
back to basics. And 2 of the lands are prismatic vistas, so he's gonna go for a lot of basics. It's a pretty reactive hand, a pretty slow hand. He can only force once as it stands now. But if he makes it through the worst, he might be able to stall the game enough, but I don't think it's a winning hand.
No, it's the drawing hand.
But Toby is on 5 cards.
Yeah,
Toby's on 5 cards already.
yeah. Patrick on 6. So even with the mulligan, we are now down to 7 minutes. So it should be.
It's most likely gonna be a draw because as it stands,
Toby does mostly have lands in hand.
yeah, he needs combo and Whale of Summer or something to have a chance. He's also on the draw, so, and he has no forces in deck, so the back to basics is gonna resolve if he can't remove it or is tapped out. He can't do anything about the back to basics because he has no free mana for the prismatic ending if he's tapped out. He has no forces left in deck, so he's basically caught cold. Also, we have seen he has a lot of duels in his hand, so it's most likely gonna be a draw if nothing like crazy happens. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very anticlimactic, but let's see if it really happens. But it really looks like it. So Patrick is just gonna sit back, play his fetch land, say go, wait for a relevant spell to counter. So he's gonna play a fetch land, so he's not gonna tap out. So at least his mana is gonna be unlocked. Because Patrick is for sure gonna go for the back to basics now, or at least he should. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Yes.
Okay, going down to 17.
So he's gonna fetch 3 basics.
Does he have a real force of will in hand or just force of negation?
He has 1 force of will and 1 force of negation, so he can.
So he has force backup.
Yes, he has force backup, and we also know that Tobias sported out his force of will. So this is gonna resolve. But Tobias has his mana unlocked, so if he draws a prismatic ending or a Teferi, he can get
Rid of it.
if not for the forces that are still in hand, because this is gonna resolve. Yes. This is gonna resolve. Tobias is just gonna be content saying go. He has 2 fetch land. He's gonna wait for the right moment to crack them to get some basics he needs. So he's not out cold, which he would have been if he just tapped out the turn before.
Yeah. I mean, 4 Fairlingers for 2 is like...
Lingers now, yeah. And Toby does have a Brainstorm in hand, if I've seen correctly. He's gonna fetch a basic island now. I mean, he should fetch a basic island now.
But he's allowed to fetch for it.
Yeah,
No,
he can. Yes, okay, it's a basic island. He's gonna Brainstorm with a fetch land still on the battlefield, so he can put back some irrelevant cards, which are gonna be most likely the dual lands he still has left in hand. But let's see. Too close to his chest, I can't really see. Okay, it's another dual land, an Uro, and a basic forest. He's gonna put back Tundra and basic forest, keeping the Uro in hand. The fourth is gonna resolve. He's gonna attack for 4, getting the Monarch. Passing the turn, drawing a card very shortly.
And that's
Yes.
kind of the draw that can actually win
Yes,
the game.
they
here.
can win the game for Patrick because, as we know, Tobias has not a lot of things going on in his hand. He has a very slow hand. He has Uro now, which is not a very fast card. He can get enough cards in graveyard, and he can get the mana to cast the Uro.
Yeah, and basically, I mean, 4 power on board is not nothing, but with Uro, he can basically handle it a little bit. But the
has-
follow-up for Phalanx would be the dope shit.
It would be really good. Tobias is gonna go for a Pernicious Deed now, I think. Because I just saw it in his hand. He fetched another green source. So he's basically gonna use up his black mana from the Bayou, accepting it's gonna stay tapped forever.
No, not forever. He waits a turn and finishes speech for free.
Yeah, and
But-
wipe the body. Yeah,
But it will be forced, so
but yes, but it
nothing
will
to
be
be
forced
worried
now.
about.
So,
Yeah.
but he's gonna
That's the plan.
potentially accept it.
The
Yes.
plan would be that it wasn't.
Oh, he has the Whale of
And-
Summer. Okay.
That's great.
Now I really like this play because, as Jonas outlined right now, he is gonna wait the turn. If Patrick doesn't have a removal for the Pernicious Deed, this is gonna spell the end for Patrick's board. Still with under 2 minutes left on the clock, it does look like a draw. But let's
I mean,
see.
the fairy bounce
Would be really funny.
would be really strong
Question,
here.
What do you do
Yeah.
with in response to the fairy bounce? Do you
Yeah,
take it?
X0.
But
Yes.
I think the white card is a prismatic ending in Patrick's hand. So if he's gonna be able to remove the Pernicious Deed, and he also has the fairy, which is gonna stall a turn. But I still would go for the prismatic ending. But let's see. Yes, he's gonna remove the Pernicious Deed. So now, why did he
He
put
breaks
a...
in response for 0.
Oh, okay.
kill the
Yeah,
draw,
sure.
which is
That's a
the
good play.
logical play.
Yes. He's still gonna draw the card because it's still the Monarch. Tobias is gonna draw, play another basic forest, so a snow-covered forest.
And he has an Aluren in hand for the next turn, which can actually win the game.
Yes. So with under 1 minute on the clock, that's basically the one out he has.
Another side of
Except
Patrick,
for
I
draw.
think you just search for another 4th.
Yes.
So Toby has basically 3 turns time from now because
Yeah.
he either has extra turn 0 or extra turn 1.
I mean, we are not 100% confident that this time is the correct time, so
but it's like not far off. Like
it's not far
there's
off.
no
Yeah.
way there's
So
a
the
20
ponder
minutes
found
No.
Narset, Force of Will, and Fetchland. I
It's a
think
sharper.
Patrick has another land drop less. He can take the Narset if he has another land drop left to get double blue. I think Narset is not the worst right now.
I mean,
Now
NASA
it's
can.
quite good because it stops the whole I draw my whole
Yes.
deck combo.
I mean, he
It
doesn't draw.
stops
His...
okay.
With
Yeah,
Uro he
with
does.
Uro he does. Yeah.
So he has the fairy, which is gonna be answered by a brainstorm. So now he found the cavern harpy. He has Bowmaster in hand. He keeps Bowmaster, which he can't play right now.
Thing is, he desperately
Minus
needs to
on
have fetch.
nothing. So Patrick minuses a nothing. Did he draw the card? Or
draws
then-
a
yes,
card.
he draws a card now. It's just a Force of Will. He put back with the Ponder. He plays a fetch land. He's gonna pass. Now he should draw another card. Yes.
And I think they now extra turns how the chest shot.
Yes.
Yes, that's the extra
So-
turn dice. So as we said, Toby basically has 3 turns to win the game.
Yes, and Patrick has a Force up and a Teferi, so Tobias can't even Whale of Summer, except if he does it pre-active. So he plays Whale of Summer, and if it resolves, nothing can be countered, which he probably would try to do.
I mean, mission 1 is find the land.
Yes.
Yeah,
But it looks a lot like a draw, to be honest.
yeah. The thing is, Patrick has. I personally would have fetched because he needs to get to the 4 Lingers to win the game. So he has the potential to win it. He has a force. He has a blue card in hand. So he's basically protected against an Aluren here.
To be on 11 and this many lands, he can win if he keeps the board clear. I think next turn, does Toby have a land left?
No, because he didn't play anything with Uro.
Okay, then even the Uro can't come back right now.
And he gets the 4 Lingers here.
Maybe. You never know.
You never know, yeah.
Yeah, but he's gonna play a Nasset now, I think.
Okay. I thought he grabbed the Ponder here.
Oh, he has a Mystical Sanctuary. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
that's what
Okay,
I'm talking about.
then Patrick made the right choice, and he's gonna have 4th next turn. I would just hold up Plasma Teferi, hold up Force, or play Nasset. Okay, that's also all right.
Nasset is just more security
Yeah.
against some.
Oh, okay.
The
sure.
thing is,
I wouldn't have been so greedy, to be honest. But
I think
sure.
he is like, I mean, he gained an additional 3. So he should be at 14 life,
Yeah.
which means he's not dead to any 4 Lingers.
He's not dead, but in 2 turns he is.
But it's extra turn 3.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's
It's-
extra turn 2.
yeah.
So
He gets only
he
one
gets-
attack.
After this turn, Patrick will only get one
One
turn.
turn, yes.
So he needs to one-shot him.
Yeah, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So can okay, he's counting now. He can make 4 tokens. That amounts to 8 power.
And he forgot that if he upticked the Teferi, he could have 4 Lingers in his
instant
opponent's
speed,
end
yeah.
step.
yeah,
But with only X1.
No, because he wouldn't have cast the Nasset.
But
yeah,
needed
but
to cast
then
an asset
he
to draw
didn't.
four.
No,
wouldn't have
Monarch
it in-
token.
Yeah.
Oh, Monarch.
Oh yeah,
Monarch,
that's
yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
I
I'm
think
talking
it was too greedy. I wouldn't have played the Nasset right now, to be honest. Regardless of all the shenanigans. But sure.
But this is
Basically now commentary now officially stands 2-0 because we would have won every game, right?
yeah,
Sure.
for sure. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tokens, and if I counted correctly, he should be at 2.
He can attack now for 10, right?
For 12.
1, 5.
Or 10?
10, 10, 10, 10,
Okay.
10.
X is 5.
X is 5, yeah. And there
Okay.
are 2, so he can put him to 4.
So they might have done an error with the extra turns because it's only on 3, but
It should be-
Toby had the first extra turn.
Yeah.
I will look.
Okay.
Should be a draw
Okay,
here.
yeah, okay. We don't know quite yet if
But it should be a
It
draw.
should be a draw, yeah.
So
Okay, most likely it's a draw. If no one conceded. So I wasn't sure if it's a concession, but
no, it should be a draw. And with that, we go for a small break, and we'll
Yeah.
come back with
it
round
was
number 3.
nice commentating with you. I'm gonna go back to playing and hopefully start winning some so you can also see me on coverage.
We will see. We will see. See you soon. And welcome back, boys. We are now in round number 3. I'm once again joined with Jonas, and we have Jonas Schermberger on Blue-Black Scam versus Daniel Pernosch on Yorion Breakfast. Yeah, we have proxies, but we have basically rule together created with our local game store. And the rule basically is all cards above 50 euros that are on the reserved list. Because like a store really wants to move the newer cards and stuff like that. And yeah, you can't really add like 4 times a year any new printing because it's a mythic and it's really expensive to the list. So we have only reserved
Also,
these
if you
cards.
don't have a clear-cut rule, then you have to curate it and by curating it, you're always stepping on somebody's toes, because why is this card not on it? Why is this card on it?
Yeah.
Also, the whole shop wants to do business thing, which is fair.
Yeah.
And how we do it with the reserved list cards, we experience that the shop actually does more business this way in singles, because it actually draws people into dry legacy, and
Yeah.
you still have to buy all the other cards. So you basically buy what comes around to a modern deck, mostly in the price
Yeah.
range. So yeah.
And to answer the question why it's called Blue-Black Scam, Blue-Black Scam is basically the slow shadow deck. And those are the shadow decks that don't play shadow.
Yeah, it's the no shadow deck.
It's the no shadow deck, basically. Those are basically the slow blue-black versions that focus a little bit more on the grief, reanimate. You have the trolls. I mean, those are also in the shadow list. But if you are allowed to play,
if you play
any
modern,
dude-
you basically will maybe be familiar with Rakdos games, so blue and red, black and red. And this is basically just the legacy brother, which means it plays blue because it's legacy, and it doesn't play red because there's no Ragaman.
yeah, and it's called scam because it scams your opponent out of the
Yeah.
game. But
it just can win some games by playing Grief Reanimate. So like by discarding your opponent twice in the first turn and just win because the opponent does nothing, which is also known as scamming the game away from the opponent, because you take a game win by not actually playing the game.
yeah,
And so with the legacy the legacy deck became a thing after the modern scam deck, and legacy just took the name for the Grief package.
yeah. And the thing is, like, for this scam variant, it's like a really slow mid-range deck. Actually, you have like 3 sounds ransom to power you through it, and yeah,
Here we have a look at the hand, thanks to Cable Therapy. Cable Therapy most likely naming Force of Will in the blind, just a solid hit.
yeah,
Which is no hit here because it's Fetchland, Dual Land, Wasteland, Murktide Regent, and a Tharos Ransom in his hand.
yeah,
But also getting the Cable Therapy in the graveyard early is not that bad because it works in the graveyard via flashback.
yeah. And maybe we see here a heart. Okay, no, we have a Shuko. So, and we actually have a protected win maybe on the next turn.
Yeah, but we also see like this is a little bit of pre Lord of the Ring magic against post Lord of the Ring magic, because Breakfast really was.
And here we see the Sorcerer Speed at Sauron's Ransom.
And hell Sorcerer Speed.
And Daniel loves it because the Wasteland was the thing that can kill his life, basically. And now Sauron's Ransom, just giving the cards.
Do you give him the cards?
Yeah,
Maybe,
you have
yes.
force for
Yes,
the next turn.
I don't understand why Sorcerer Speed.
I mean, me neither, but
Yeah, it's a legal play. That's one thing when charging. That sometimes arises when somebody does something really stupid and calls a charge. You can't really take it back because as long as it's legal, it's
and
okay.
the thing is, you just go here for the win.
You have 2. Yes. You might. Any main deck answers to that?
I I don't think so. I mean, you have a Daughter Voidwalker basically, but not instant speed.
Snuff out could work.
He isn't playing any snuff outs, so it's basically game over. So he basically wants to see the deck list, which is actually the thing like Daniel asks for. Do you want to see the deck list, or what is the reason you want to do it?
Yeah, because there are some combos where in which if you want to win, you basically have to show your opponent the deck.
Yeah, the thing is like, if you had shown that your opponent doesn't do anything, I would have just fetched once for another land, just to be days proof.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
For like but yeah.
So Jonas basically showed us what the Thoron Ransom would have taken, and I think that pile would be interesting because there was a force of will in there.
Yeah, but you still win against the force of will, so it's kind of hoping or dodging that Jonas didn't draw any good 2 cards.
Yeah, my money is on that. Is on the fact that Jonas thinks that Thorin ransom is a sorcery.
Could be true too. But yeah, on the side, but what do we have? We have 1 dress down, which is on a deck list of Jonas, which is good.
Maybe a plague engineer naming
We have like
illusionist.
2 null broaches.
Like wizard, not illusionist. It's an actual null brush.
No, he's playing null rods, but
Deck list, yeah.
we have to shame here officially James Shu. We can't get null rod pointed into the deck list, so I've added null broaches. Maybe you've seen in previous deck lists we have like melting instead of meltdowns.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we have like a dress down, we have the plague engineer. Maybe you want to add in the brazen borer and it does something.
I don't think it does enough.
Do you like the dark blast?
Yes, I like the dark blast.
The dark blast is really nice.
Of course, I like the dark blast against the deck that wants a 1 power, 1 toughness creatures to do the combo.
Yeah. So we have, and maybe you even want to have a Shieldred's Edict or something like that.
I don't think you have room for the brazen borer because you have quite a good sideboard card. Sideboard actually, you bring in the surgical attraction, you bring in the dark blast, maybe bring in
Do you want to bring in the surgical?
Flusterstorm, because Flusterstorm is a counter spell that's unlikely to be named in the dark by a Cabal Therapy, and it's like Storm count 3 or something like that when they play Dread Return, so they probably can pay for it.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah. And
also, one of Flusterstorm wins against the backup for full main.
yeah, one thing on the side of Daniel that he can do is like board into a lot less the combo and be like the big Esper mid-range pile. We just
I think that's a bad matchup against Shadow.
Against Gam.
Against Gam.
I mean against Shadow it would be the right play. I don't know if it's the correct thing against because like you have like 2 brazen borers yourself. You have you only have like an orange chant in addition as protection against like the Flusterstorm. You have 2 Serenity. Those.
Yeah, I just didn't know what the card was.
Yeah, you basically have the 2 brazen borer and the orange chant. Maybe you want the Fluster's protection for yourself. But yeah. Maybe the surgical. Because like you can.
You have an 80 card list, so you obviously don't care about density, so you can just bring in whatever you want.
Yeah.
Which is not 100% true, but I don't like your lists.
Yeah, I think I would just play control here on the side of Daniel. Bring in a little bit more, shave a little bit on the combo, and then just play control and try to rip apart your opponent. Because it's just Esper control. You have like...
it's a bad Esper control. You wouldn't build Esper control that way.
Yeah, it's Esper mid-range. It's like an Esper wild without wild and the good creatures.
And with some random 1/1s in there.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you want to prioritize removal and dedicate because like surgical it can do something, but good breakfast players can play really well around it. The one thing that can't be surgical is like the Thassa's Oracle, and most of the other stuff doesn't really matter. And you can just play with Thassa's Oracle in hand to hardcast it after your breakfast after your graveyard.
Yep.
Is full.
So one chat from the message from the chat is I would prioritize removal / dedicate over surgical versus breakfast, and I don't really agree with that. First thing is that removal and dedicate are like opposite of the spectrum because removal is really one shot.
Yeah, it's like,
and as a good breakfast player, you can most of the time sequence around a single removal spell. Easily because you can like put the more vulnerable, have it that the more vulnerable combo piece is in your hand still, and they have to remove the redundant one.
Yeah.
Something like that. I really like surgical because surgical makes it hard to blind flip because you are afraid to hit your fastest oracle before you hit your kettle therapy.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you really want to play against surgical, you don't go for any of those. You use your step throughs to get your wizard into your hand.
But if you have been fought this 2 times and have a clock on board, you might have to.
Yeah, it's like it really depends on the board state, but usually surgical is something that you can play actually very well around with breakfast.
Yeah, but like that's why you play this game, so that you limit your opponent's play patterns
Yeah,
to the one that you can beat.
yeah, that's true.
So looking at starting hands, we have Oracle in starting hand for Daniel, which is not that good.
I mean, you have a brainstorm, so
Yeah, you have brainstorm. It's not catastrophical, but if you ask a Cephala player on the street to like Oracle on your starting hand, he probably would say, "Why do you know I play Magic the Gathering? I'm here shopping."
it's like you have an Narcomoeb in hand, you have the Thassa's Oracle,
Yeah.
but I also would have kept it. Is this a reanimate or?
That's a fatal push pitched for a grief.
Okay. So it's like 2 lands.
2 lands, a Narcomoeb, but has Oracle, a Teferi, a Ponder. He does not have a brainstorm. You lied to me.
Nah. I mean, a pond is basically a brainstorm on steroids.
I mean, you brought it up by the topic of shuffling it has the Oracle back into your deck, in which case a Ponder is very much not a brainstorm. Unless you cheat.
Unless you cheat, which is something players commonly do, mistakenly playing ponders for brainstorm and the other way around, but only one of those cases is actually okay.
I mean, it depends. Playing a brainstorm with a Ponder is okay.
Yeah.
Unless you shuffle.
True.
So, and here we see the classic scam start. So
Ponder?
Yeah. Life total not correct, right? Because they should be at 16, not 15.
A fetch.
Fetch and it costs 4. I don't know my cards. I just thought to reanimate. Grief cost. No, it's
And one really cute thing he could have done, if you know about the second reanimate, he could have discarded the Thassa's Oracle and reanimated it on his board.
That's really bad.
Why?
Because Teferi bounces it to
It's
hand.
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm not good at Magic. That's the reason I'm commentating.
That's also the thing. Inevitable Betrayal is not an auto win with Rhinos against the Oracle, because you can get the Thassa out of the deck, but you will just either kill it with something or bounce it with the Fairy.
Yeah, and I just thought about like Prismatic Ending and sort of Plowshares, which would. Yeah.
I mean, the Fairy is in hand, so that's basically losing to the board. But
and do we go to the next game, or just
pretty much?
I mean, he can play a 1/1 flyer.
You always play it out with this kind of decks because he just could top deck the combo, and Jonas is at 2 with the 2 cards.
Fair enough. It's like all of those are lands.
Lands are not part of the combo.
The question is, what is the play? It just dies on the next turn, am I right? He has 9 power on board.
Yes. So he fetches, draws into a brainstorm.
No, he dies.
How? Okay, no, that's for sure. I mean, he's on 17 life, so he doesn't die.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I just need a second to figure out what you meant. But yeah, now he's basically dead, but because he can't combo this turn. You can not combo with nothing on board and 2 mana.
Yeah, you need 3. So this is gaming.
Yeah, that game was scammed.
Because you had like a wasteland, or you had the scam package on turn 1, you had the troll for the additional land and the second reanimate, so you weren't allowed to compete.
One thing I really like to do with Rhinos against Uber's game is Prison Power their draw after reanimated. Like they lose 6 life and gain an extra land trip.
Yeah.
That's always feels good.
Yeah, bouncing the troll is really strong. And unfortunately for Daniel, he had like a really all-in combo hand. But the thing he really wants is like an all-in control hand on the first two
So-
turns and then turn into combo. But at least the games are quick.
Yes, the games are quick, and they you really cannot be long by the deck philosophies, because Jonas plans to put pressure on really early, either
Yeah.
in actual power on the board or on as in just pressure on the card selection.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And I don't know why they just stood up. If there's some
toilet break maybe.
no, they're both here now but they just both stood up at the
Okay.
table.
But one thing that's actually really nice here is like, even though like Scam is usually a deck that really competes on the first 2 to 4 turns, like to pressure your opponent out of the game, and Breakfast is a combo deck that can win on turn 2 basically. Those are 2 deck lists that can actually go for the long game. Both of those
Yeah, but
have like
I-
engines that go
I
for the late
don't
game.
think they can go into the end game in this matchup. They both wired to go into the deck to the long game against the controller type of deck.
Yeah.
And by both having this constant pressure, either of threat of combo or just
Scam.
scamming, I think that neither player wants to go to the long game, because
Yeah.
then just everything can happen. It just feels like lottery. And so everybody tries to always have this threat of ending the game,
Yeah.
and that just speeds up the game.
And do you know the statement, who's the beatdown? Have you read the article?
I think I have once. So
Okay,
But-
I have not. But
but-
the thing here is like, usually you can compromise like decisions within a game to who's the beatdown. And even though I personally think they can go for the long game, Jonas is here a little bit on the side that he wants to threat the game. I think Daniel can play a little bit of a longer game and can withheld himself from the pressure on the side of Jonas. So I think Jonas really have to have the early starts, go for the face, go for the
Yeah,
throat start.
I think that's one of the two. I think the answer who's the beatdown can be answered as soon as we see Jonas start hand, because it's either scam or it's Demir midrange.
Yeah.
And it changes a little bit. If it just scam it, then it's just okay. I will do my first 2 turns, and hopefully you do nothing after that. And if it's Demir midrange, it's just I have my 1/4, then maybe I have a 4th or something like that, and then I play the game from turn 3 onwards.
Yeah.
In which case, for the first 3 turns, Daniel would be the beatdown in sense of he could combo anytime.
Yeah.
And after that rate is stabilized, then Jonas becomes the beatdown.
I mean,
You
you turn it a little bit around, but the pressure usually lies on the side of Jonas to stop Daniel in the first few turns and then switch it around. You meant it like that?
basically, but that can happen in 2 really different places.
Yeah.
It either can happen turn 1 and
Yeah.
and we put you out of the game, like with this hand right now. I see reanimate and
In a
Grief.
grief?
and Narod, which is maybe okay, and hopefully a second black card. It's a little bit glossy.
I mean, I think there is a troll in there.
Yeah.
So even though you don't really like it, you can still scam. And one key thing here for Daniel is like he's on the play.
Yeah, that's in every format in every matchup where we say you could just demolish your opponent turn 1. On
But
being
it's
on the
a really hard keep to, because it's like a brainstorm and an island.
Yeah, we just forgot to draw. It's fine. Which most of the time is a sign that his starting turn is gonna be good, because he's so energized about it that he just forgets to draw, because he doesn't need the 8th card. It already knows
And
what
he
was gonna
pitched
do.
another grief.
Yeah, you don't really need the second grief if you have your second grief in form of a reanimate.
And I think we haven't seen any lands on the side of Daniel. Yeah.
That's a brainstorm lock against.
You really want to give the brainstorm on top.
Yeah, you have to
and the swords.
I think you
Yeah,
want to hide the brainstorm because you need to draw out of the misery.
yeah.
What you take here? You take both cephalids, right?
Or take the complete removal package.
Yeah, but no. I don't see a force of will
Yeah.
in hand of Jonas. So I don't want to lose against he hits the Normans and core on top of the deck.
I mean, he still needs to drop it. I mean, yeah, it would be land
like-
and
Cephalid Illusionist is a unique effect. There's only Cephalid Illusionist in the deck that can do this. So if you take two of them, you have removed 50% of the combo on this side. If you would take like both a normal and core in the hand, there's still Shuko, there's Ultrasaga to find Shuko, so it's not really the same. So and he didn't go for the turn one.
oh, this one is great.
Turn 1 second.
He cycled for another troll. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if I like that. I really would have preferred eliminating the second illusionist here. Because basically against the grief, prismatic ending is no removal spell because the deck doesn't play for colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here, do we see the reanimate on the troll?
I would not like it.
And
But he
this
does.
is exactly the thing
Because
Daniel wants.
he knows he has Teferi. He can't just bounce the troll.
Or he just uses the force here, establishes the fairy on the next turn, upticks the fairy. I mean, it really depends what Daniel wants to do here.
I don't like. I would just have liked the double grief turn one.
Yeah. Especially since he took a card that was not duplicated.
Yes. Okay. At least he did. Now reanimate the grief, which I find it really it's the much better play than reanimating the troll against a hand that has Teferi in hand. You know it. Because bouncing the grief really sucks.
Yeah. It's something you can do, but it isn't great.
I don't think that matchup is something you can do. What happened here? Right. Okay. Yeah. I just wondered why the grief would be in exile. It is in exile. Why?
Because he pitched the first grief.
No. He just played reanimate target grief. Oh, that's why. Thoughts of bloodshot. In response to the trigger, they just did a shortcut.
And Teferi putting away. And here we see like.
And here we see a problem with not playing two griefs in one. Because now the Cephalid Illusionist is on top of the deck and hidden from the.
I mean, you don't really want to see the Cephalid, it doesn't really matter, because he can now play stuff and draw an additional card, and then he's definitely back in game. And that's the reason that the mid-range plan of Yorion Breakfast or the Staff Breakfast decks is so strong, because he is now not playing into any Bowmasters, because like Jonas stepped out.
Like now seeing how the game plays out, should you board out prismatic ending? Because you have no good hits. The draw you can't hit, the grief you can't hit.
Yeah, the problem is he maybe thinks about how's it called? Death Shadow, yeah.
Okay, yeah. In a blind environment, maybe yes. In I know Jonas doesn't play.
Jonas usually played
not in
Shadow.
the last 3 weeks.
But before that he played Shadow.
But in the last couple of weeks he switched to like that's in a local tournament you could know so.
I mean, I think Daniel wasn't here like in the last 2-3 weeks. Yeah.
That's always an advantage you can get by playing in against your local player pool.
Yeah.
Which obviously goes both sides because I'm pretty sure Jonas knew he would play against Breakfast before he drew his first hand.
I'm not sure about because like Daniel played Painter for the last few weeks.
Yeah, but he didn't never play a big tournament with Painter. Tournament.
I mean, he won like the last FNM he played in before with Painter.
But like the 3-for-1 open sense, so he
Yeah, though.
At the last 7 of the last
And
year worth of them he played with some sort of 60 or 80 cards, I feel it.
Yeah, no, he never played. It's actually the first time I see him playing Yorion Breakfast.
Yeah.
So it's also a new deck list of him. And yeah, the tokens are great.
The original Torment? I think. Torment.
I'm actually not sure when those got played or got printed. And here we have now a big fatty here.
Which is also not gonna be hit by the prismatic ending.
Yeah.
But we are with how many cards in hand? 3. We're
3.
not that far away from just oops, I top deck into my combo by Daniel.
I mean, I think he has actually a Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Which is also great. Because now he just has more time to find his combo.
And I think this should have been Era of Plane Shift.
No?
A Plane Shift.
Yes, that's the top one.
Wait, those are expensive.
I mean, there are new tokens which are like 5-6 euros because all the Crimson Row tokens you need to play quote are like 5 euros because nobody opened Crimson Row.
Expansion Plane Shift. Okay.
What do?
Oh, those were promotional tokens. And those are gorgeous.
But they also look like they should be artifacts.
For sure.
So we have a 3-turn clock against 4-turn clock with the spirit jump blocking against nothing from Daniel basically, and nothing just turned into 3 cards by Brainstorm.
Yeah. Will be really interesting. But yeah.
And he draws nothing. He draws more cards to draw because he can keep the second staff and the prismatic ending to kill the null rod and just start drawing cards.
Yeah.
Because that's not why he brought it in, I think, but null rod also hates on stuff.
Yeah. But I think, does he have the prismatic ending left? Yeah, ending, just play second stuff and you're good to go.
Did he ending stuff? Yes, ending stuff.
Yeah.
I think what is it in? What do you want?
I want to have a bird token.
There were one in Lord of the Rings. Quite good one. The one's white or the Swan Song tokens?
A blue-white one.
White.
I mean, a white one.
Oh yeah, they're printed all the time. Oh, that's a blue one.
Looks also good. I mean, I'm not really finding the original one, but let's focus on the game. I mean, it moves a little bit around, and the daze here is really strong.
Yep, that's really good. That basically killed 2 cards because the null rod, for now at least.
I mean, it basically killed 3 cards.
It basically good because the prismatic ending just did nothing right now because the null rod was.
Yeah, and he didn't get a token and 2 additional cards. And now take another 5.
Take another 5. So.
And now Lauren revealed hardcast. Or top deck it. And putting Yorion in hand It's so strong. Ah.
And now we see a grief in the land. No. And grief would be nice.
It's so good.
We have a days with dazing a Yorion gives me creep. Dazing a Yorion is kind of nice.
I mean, dazing your opponent on 5 lands always feels strong, even though the card usually is at its best at the first 2 to 3 turns.
I mean, it's really at its best. Dazing a 4 for Fairwillingers X is 24, and you just daze it because your opponent got greedy.
Yeah. But we don't want to see it here. I mean, I have no problem with Daniel joining the content team.
You jinxed us by saying this would be fast games because they actually went into the long game here. Why?
I mean...
he just wants to kill one turn.
Yeah. I mean,
I just thought he played it on his own turn and miscounted so for your end or something. I don't know. That's a white card. I didn't see which one.
Maybe it's another.
That's a prismatic ending.
Yeah.
And that's a daze.
I mean, I don't really agree on the orange chant because, like, you can sandbag it to wait for a combo turn. You can exchange it for a discard spell, basically.
You can also use it with kicker to live an extra turn.
Yeah. Then it's basically, yeah, a time walk of some kind.
I think that I'm looking forward to do with Besiege the Mirror is opponent cast Besiege the Mirror, gets the ring, and in response to getting the ring, you can orange chant him so you can cast it this turn.
I mean, it's something you can do against Mississippi River too. So yeah, orange chant is always a nice card. And yeah.
I'm kind of sad that nobody plays Mississippi River today. That would be fun.
I mean, I have the deck besides... I mean, I have the mana base, and I'm missing basically like the second Emrakul, the Apex Devastate, and the Autovirus actually. So basically all the quote-unquote expensive stuff of the deck, because we're talking about Legacy here. I mean...
Do you have City of Traitors? Those are the expensive stuff.
2 of those, but I can get my hand on like 1 or 2 other, which should be enough to play the deck. Because like, even though City is really strong, it has a lot of downsides actually for the long game.
Yeah, but typically games that play City don't know the word long game.
I mean, I'm playing Painter, I'm playing a City.
I mean, yeah, but the dedicated City decks play like... What do they want to reanimate?
You reanimate Yorion. No!
And that's why you don't play 80 cards Deathly Breakfast, because you will get killed by your own Yorion. A little too late?
No. Yeah, it's basically 1 turn too late. I mean, he can get... He drew a Staff.
Staff is good. Staff seems playable. Does he have a force?
Because like the token here is insane.
You can only draw 1 card though this turn because
only 1 white left.
Only 1 Tundra. The rest is less white.
Because you want to have the...
That's the wrong piece of the combo because Shuku and Nomad Encore does not combo.
Yeah, but they still allowed to draw a few more additional cards here. If he doesn't draw a remove spell, he can...
But he looks to play against the Force of Will, an active Force of Will. Oh yeah, the game is now over.
Such a shame.
Would you have played... but why didn't he force the staff?
I don't know.
Because if you just force the staff, you win the game.
You still have like a 1 out on the side of Daniel.
No. because he would have been dead. He would have no blocker, no cards
No,
in hand.
he can create the token with the Urza Saga and then draw exactly
Ah, yeah.
the one Swords the Plowshares.
Ah, yeah, I can create the token with the Urza Saga, that's correct.
So, yeah. But, yeah, we have...
Can create.
And then we kind of have to see...
So, let's talk about what this means for the tournament. Jonas at 3-0.
And I think
3-0-2.
3 and... With top 8. And I think we will just go to our commentator so we can see your face here.
I think 3-0-2 should be in.
3-0-2 is in, yeah.
Problem is, I don't know if... I don't think we have the enough player that can draw with him so that he can just go draw.
I think 3-1-1 should also be guaranteed top 8. So, yeah, we will see. Most likely Jonas in the top 8, maybe even Daniel. He has to win one more round and then draw another
Daniel
one.
just has a 2 and X is like, you can do anything from going 17th to going top 8.
I don't think 17th is a possibility anymore. But
I mean, if
you're right.
If he goes 2 and 3, he's in the lower half of the bracket.
Yeah,
which would be
14th or something like that. Yeah.
Which is,
But
do you know anything about the prize pool?
I don't know anything about the
So
prize
the prize pool should be around 20 times.
The prize pool should be around something like $400.
500 euros, something like that.
Which should be like $450. I don't know the current exchange rate.
I think that's too much, but
But
I think it's like more for the
But we see you guys in a bit. We have a short break because the last round was really, really exhausting. So have fun looking at some advertisement.
Yeah, and see you in like a quarter of an hour.
Something like that. See you soon, guys. Welcome back, guys. We are now joined by the players again, Jonas Schernberger, and on the previous side of Jonas, we have now David Binder with Lance.
It's both 3-0, so I think they both should be locked in, no matter what, even if they lose. Because, if they get paired unlucky, it could be that they have to play the 5th round if they lose.
But I think with the standings they have, they should usually be able to like basically then maybe even lose the last round and get in with a 3-2 or even draw the next round. So it's free for them to just play the round and secure themselves the first place in the standings.
Yeah.
But what do you expect from this matchup actually?
I don't like this matchup to watch. I could watch this matchup because it's like the scam package is not good against Lance, I think, because Lance has basically just 2 types of cards: Lance and cards that wants into his graveyard.
Yeah.
So not really that much to scam. The more I think about it, the more I think that Jonas should have offered a draw because the matchup isn't great.
Yeah, I still think because like even though they can scam at the early turns, Lance is usually able to come back. And what do you want with the 3-2?
The best
You're playing against Punishing Fire.
The best case scenario is that you scam an exploration, and then you die on turn 17 instead of turn 14.
And we're playing Sphere Lance. This matchup is horrible for Jonas.
Yeah. And so best move here is to scoop and offer the draw in between games.
Do you want to draw even though you win?
Yeah, and also a small reminder, you can ask your opponent to concede the match at any time. Just don't offer them anything, so just ask them if they want concede. Do you want to concede the match? Maybe you
Do
get
you
a
want
free
to
win.
concede the match? We go to a beer?
Yeah, but don't offer to pay for his beer. Then it would be bribery.
Okay. But yeah, just a small shout out for the guys in the chat. Can you see the deck lists of Cardboard Live? I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully it works.
Yeah. Also, I don't know how old this comment is, but the discussion about Mastermind and as a fairy Mastermind and him not being great because of Bowmaster. That's A, Drew, and B, Mastermind is not good, even if Bowmaster would not be in the format. So, yeah. It's saying like one with nothing is not good because Thought the White Worker would exile those cards you would discard. True, but also the card itself is not really good. Don't play Fairy Mastermind.
We were so much gotten away from the game actually that I wanted to ask you if you can go upstairs because you casted a brainstorm, because I thought the no it was a legal play.
It was a legal play.
The sphere was still in the stack.
The sphere was still on the stack. Okay, yeah. So yeah, like we maybe drifted a little bit away from the game because the game basically was over before the game started, because I don't see this matchup going really well for.
Usually, the thing that can happen is a big Murktide, but it still doesn't look actually that impressive. Okay, it was a upkeep, basically fetch with the troll. Yeah, but stuff is, I would say personally, only fine in breakfast. It's like such a niche card now because before Bromas,
there is this Jeskai token control variant where you play Staff, Shark Typhoon, and 4 Arrowlingers, and you just get a lot of value out of the Staff. But it's a fine card in not that great of decks.
Yeah, it's still a strong card, but yeah, Bowmaster is a really strong engine against it. With Find Ice or Cast into the Fire, I personally would say more like Fire and Ice actually.
Like if to put Cast into the Fire into your main deck, you need to really know your meta game and know that it's necessary.
Yeah, you basically need to have like a lot of Painter and Stoneblade variants or Death and Texas.
Or 8 key, anything with the ring. If you really need to get the ring.
Yeah, I mean, it does get something against control, so.
I don't think Fire and Ice is really a good card in Jeskai control. I don't see why.
I mean, it kills a Bowmaster.
Yeah, but the whole deck kills a Bowmaster. There's like 20 cards in this deck that kills a Bowmaster.
You can tap them a land.
No, it's just Fire and Ice is not a control card. It's a tempo card.
Yeah, it's a tempo card. I mean, I played it when I first started out with Legacy in blue-red Stifle Knot. I played 1 or 2 Fire and Ice.
Yeah, I played it last week going 4-0 at the FNM. Because the Rhino's the card is extremely good.
Because it's 4 CMC.
Yeah, and the effects actually, it's a tempo deck.
Yeah.
If you put 8 power on board turn 1 and then tap them a land down, you basically win the game because they can do anything.
The huge thing with Sphere is you can just delve 1 card more away on the side of Jonas to just cast it.
Yeah, I don't think you know what the word huge means, because it's like, yay, you can do 1 thing and then die.
You can cast your 9 mana Murktide Regent.
Yes. Also, you can't because you don't have double blue.
I mean, he has a land in hand. A Wasteland. Bowmaster.
He has a troll in hand, so he can set up mana. But...
yeah, I mean, the game is basically over. It's just like talking about something that already happened, and we just in the after talk of something else.
And it's just like watching baseball at this point. You don't really watch the game, you just talk about something else and the game is running in the background.
So, guys, if you want to know something, just write something in the chat while we wait for our players to resolve some spells that win them the game.
I mean, like we in match 1 today with Control against Dark Depths, we also said the game is pretty much over, but the game was like infinite times closer than this is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
you also see the Mesa Whip, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but there is Wasteland.
Yes. Wasteland is a good card against lands, but not if you have to Wasteland the Mesa Whip to do anything.
2,
against.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Next turn he can hardcast the Murktide Regent and waste the Maze of it.
And it would be a giant 4/4. Because there's only one brainstorm in it and the rest are not instant or sorcery cards.
Yeah, but he can have a creature.
Also, I don't really think that he can afford to. He's flooding a bit against the Spheres, which is kind of good.
He still has another troll in hand.
Yes. So
I would have just said, yeah, just hardcast the trolls, but good luck getting up to 8. We have the good games to commentate today.
So the good 4 mana 1/1 dice to Punishing Fire.
I have pressure now.
I mean, we are joking that the game is over, but David actually needs a way to win the game.
Yeah, but
Because if no player would play any spells right now, Jonas would win. Because he has the war pressure. But also it's a 7-turn clock with the Maze of Fifth.
I mean, a 17-turn clock, yeah?
Yeah, 17, yeah. It's 17-turn clock, and so if David doesn't have an answer in hand and doesn't find one in the top third of his deck, then the game is close.
Yeah. And here we have the Wasteland to get rid of 2 lands of the side of David. I mean, David hasn't played a land in like a few turns now. In like 1 or 2 turns.
Really? I don't think so. Because he has 5 land troops. Yeah, maybe the Exploration, yeah. Now we see the more expensive Reanimate, the 3 mana Reanimate, and there's actually pressure on board. Maybe we might be just really bad at
evaluating
games that are over. But to be fair, the control player in both scenarios just stopped doing things in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
and also if David starts doing things, he's still well in control of his game.
I mean, if this one resolves, actually, you just double Wasteland your opponent, and then he's out of the game.
Lock him out of his own sphere.
Yeah.
Out by his own sphere.
This should be a crop rod for a Bajuka Bog.
And that's just... Oh, Force of Will. With the 2 Wastelands.
Ah.
Oh no, the Days actually.
And the Days wins. And then he gets the land back.
Did he just...
He bounced his...
Yes.
I mean, no, he can play the land for the next turn.
Whenever we say the game is over, we actually mean that the game is totally won for the opponent.
So, I mean, now the game starts swinging. I mean, he has Ultra Menacer, am I right?
He has a family size blocking. What do you name him? Are you funky and name Maze of Fifth?
I think I would name the Wastelando.
The Wasted of Lands.
Because now the game looks won for David anymore. Again.
I wouldn't say wrong. It's a pretty...
I mean...
Oh yeah, the Maze of Fifth is not good, yes.
Yeah.
It's...
But he can get another troll with the second Reanimate. I hate those board states.
Yeah, but this game played really like... Yes, David basically played 2 spheres and then didn't draw lands, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's bad.
So
good play to maze the troll.
Going for the obvious, basically, yeah. And is this a ponder?
No, that's a reanimate.
For the second troll. And then he goes Fire Blast, and wins the game.
If he does that, I will literally give him my collection.
I mean, he does need something like a Dryad that everything is a mountain. But yeah. I mean, for the next turn, he can't really attack with the 2 trolls. Because I think he can...
Oh, that's a card.
That's a card, yeah.
For everybody that doesn't know Magic Online art, that's a proxy Tabernacle of the Pendrell World.
And this does something, yeah. I mean...
This locks Jonas out of force if he wants to keep his board.
I mean, the question is, do you let something like the Bowmasters die here? Because they don't really do anything.
Seems like he pays for these 2 trolls.
Yeah. And this is huge for John. For David.
I mean, he still takes 6 a turn, and even if he makes 2 construct tokens, he still takes 6 a turn because he can't block a troll with 2 tokens.
Yeah, the problem is like he has 2 non-mana producing lands on the side of David here. Because you only have the Festspin stage. I mean, for next turn, if he really wants to, he can copy himself the Maze of If. This is not legendary, am I right?
No, Maze of If is not legendary.
And he can basically
lock down the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's... It could also just be a really good player and top deck a Dark Depths.
Yeah. I mean, the troll is a 6-5, I think. 6-5. Ja, jetzt.
Die Liste schauen.
Wait. Lands. Man. Ja, das ist schöner.
Da und da. No, that's not the correct one.
Sure?
No, it's just updated.
So, I mean, the question here is, I mean, we get here now the Murktide Regent, and now it should be locked down. Because he is allowed to delve more cards away.
Yeah. He has a second Maze of If in his deck. So if he can copy the Maze of If, find the second Maze of If somehow, he has 3 Maze of Ifs in play.
It's like, I mean,
Dark Depths still would win. Now it would make buy him another turn because he can block the Murktide. So then the Murktide would stay back. He would go to 1, and he would have would clear the Murktide in the attack and have another chance to. No, he actually would win because he could find Shadow Spear then.
Yeah, he now has the mace and gets up, floats a mana. The question now is, what do you get here? What are the 1-drops that he can get?
Pithing Needle already on board. Shadow Spear, quite good if he has a Dark Depths. Soulgold Lantern, not really an option.
Mox Diamond,
Expedition Map, too much mana.
I mean, if he has top deck the land, he can...
No, he floated the mana.
Yeah.
So he can go Expedition Map and find Maze of If.
Yeah, and then he has triple mace up.
And absolutely no mana.
I mean, it's everything he needs, basically.
He still needs a way to not die.
But he can find that later.
Like he, then if the 4th creature hits the battlefield, yes.
The worst thing that he could have drawn this turn was like his expedition map.
Yes. Also, this is a line that is not that intuitive, and I don't know how much lands Garbage played in the last times, because it did not visit FNM regularly, at least.
Yeah, I think they played in Wales, but we don't know really how the local community now in Wales is. But he got the expedition map. He should Easy the awkward player that shuffles, presents the deck, and then cracks the expedition map.
Which is fair.
I mean, he at least played another land.
Canopy is dicey because it puts you in a 1 troll hit range.
Yeah. And so Jonas just needs another reanimate or another land and another troll, so he could hardcast his trolls then. And I think he forgot to float the mana.
No, he tapped it. I think he forgot that he floated the mana.
Okay, could be true. And he wait, what?
I mean,
fuck?
at the time he played the Horizon Canopy, he already was locked out of the Maze of Flying because
No,
he used his
he
land.
has exploration.
Has the exploration. Cool, yeah. So once again, commentary would go 5-0 at this tournament.
We are so good at it. I mean, we basically won the game on the second turn because we had like double sphere out, but then did nothing.
Yeah, we already, so we're really bad at evaluating board states, but we're really good at solving hard
lines.
lines. But it's really it's way easier to solve lines if you don't have to play them, if you just watch at them.
And he still had here land drop with reflecting pool into crack for the second maze.
Yeah, don't ask, don't tell.
Okay.
No, but also what was I about to say? Yeah, I like after the last game, I asked Jonas what was he thinking about not forcing the last stuff.
Yeah.
And he just said, I don't know, I'm stupid.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, after this first round, I went upstairs to talk to Andreas. Do you want to talk about it? No, I had already. We already talked about it, how I messed up, and then I said like, yeah, you could have fetched for the sanctuary, and then brainstorm. Yeah, that would be another line. So they talked about the few lines that would have won him the game, and he played the 8th.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just cheating here. And
oh, we can reset the live totals remotely.
yeah,
The future is now.
we are in here.
Let's look at sideboarding. I still stand by the evaluation that this matchup shouldn't be good first game.
I put the win in for the wrong player because we were like totally sure that David will win the game.
Yeah.
But apparently
Control player just don't want to win today. I won't like to. Sideboard contains nothing.
right on the right side is the sideboard. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think after getting abolished by Reanimate, he will bring in an endurance.
And the cage.
Maybe the cage, yes. I
And
think Surgical is overdoing it.
I think it would bring in the 4 swords of plowshares actually.
Yes.
Just play hardcore control.
Yes.
How many does he play? How is it called? Punishing fire.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he doesn't play punishing fire, so he needs
Which makes the matchup better
for Jonas.
for Jonas, yes, because
Yeah, because this version is basically built to win against combo with the
Sphere.
4 spheres.
Also, yes, Sphere and Punishing Fire doesn't really go that well together because with
true.
the Sphere, you really can't go 2 fires in a turn.
True.
Let's look at Jonas' sideboard again. Although
And here we have like Plague Engineer, Null Rods, Dress Down.
Plague Engineer naming Avatar to the right hit of my Whitlash. It's the play.
No. You want to have the Shieldred's Edict here.
Maybe better, yes. On this side, I think I will bring in the Surgical Extraction against Loam.
Yeah, and you may even want to bring like a. Do you want to bring a Force of Negation?
If you know that your opponent has 4 Swords to Blushes in the deck now, I think yes.
Yeah, and even against Loam, it's such a clean answer actually.
Yes, and I think you have a lot of bad cards to put out.
Yeah.
Like you can basically scrap the for griefs. I don't think they're good.
Yeah.
You can at least cut dazes.
Yeah, you can skimp, especially on the draw. You can skimp on the dazes.
Like on the other side, I think we'll put out a couple of crop rotations because they are not that good against counter decks.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, that lands probably cuts down the crop rotations, you even more incentivized to cut down counters.
I mean, yeah.
Like Life from the Loam is not a good target to daze.
Yeah, Loam is just the target you want to force of negation,
yeah.
actually.
Exploration, you probably don't daze if you're on the draw.
Yeah.
There is an argument to be made to go back up on dazes if you're on the play in game 3, because then you can keep the daze and kill the turn 1 exploration, maybe, if they don't have Gromox. The Gromox are Mox Damage. Also Gromox, but not good.
Yeah, it's really interesting how the dynamics of the matchup is. But I personally would say that lands is hugely favored here. Because the key cards that usually you want to discard are like the engine, the win conditions. I mean, you can get the engines on the side of David with the scan package. Yeah. But it slows him a little bit down.
Like
but
David just played 5 lands and then stopped playing.
4.
5. He played a Wasteland.
Okay, he played a Wasteland. Yeah.
But yeah.
So, will be interesting. Usually, David is the big favorite here.
Yeah. I like just thinking about this matchup. I don't like it for blue black.
Yeah, it's how usually the dynamics are, especially with now the Swords to Plowshares being brought in on the side
and
of
the
David.
endurance.
And the endurance.
Like just endurancing in response to reanimate can just really get you stumbling. And also Bowmaster's not really that
great
good because
it's a clean cut.
Do you have any ways to draw extra cuts? Not really.
I mean, there are fancy lands built out there that play with Cephalid.
Horizon Canopy.
And Cephalid Colosseum if you're fancy.
Someone played a Bowmaster list with Cephalid against me last Friday, which was really funny because the plan was to get to 7 lands in graveyard and then bolt your opponent with Cephalid.
I mean, Cephalid Colosseum is a usual card nowadays in Strifer Pile.
I think it was Strifer Pile. But the games didn't last longer than turn 3, so.
Okay. Was it against
Fabian, yes.
Fabian. Yeah, it was Strifer Pile.
Yeah.
Cephalid Colosseum is nowadays a common card actually in this pile. I mean, it's called pile for effect. So we see here if David mulligans down to 5. Because I think Jonas kept his 7.
And at least one card. Oh, there's a back to basic in. Did he have back to basic in his list? I think I saw back to basic.
I mean, it's called something different.
Maybe it was maybe it was a force obligation because they have or address. Yeah. I thought I saw the original artwork. Now it's a force of will actually.
Okay.
Now this the second force of will that's in hand. I mistook because back to basic, pretty good against lands.
Yeah.
Also pretty not game breaking, but also good against Uber's game, so it would not make that much sense.
And here we have the Gravedigger's Cage. Double days proof.
No force of will. He could have forced it, but he decided not to.
I mean, he has only the Brazen Borrow, I think, to get rid of it, so 4 dead reanimates now in the deck. And the niche, basically stat line of Elvish Reclaimer says it can't get killed by an Orcish Bowmaster because 1/2s are amazing. And here we have
But
like
do you know what's better than a 1/2? A 3/4 with the same abilities. Which
Yeah.
what we are looking at next
In
turn,
2
maybe.
I think in 2 turns or 3.
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of fetchlands, so there are ways to get cards in graveyard. So
Yeah.
And for anybody wondering, Scrapdigger's Cage is worded in such a way that you don't care with your Life of the Loam, dredging still works. Just entering from the graveyard doesn't work, so
Is this a reflecting pool?
that's a reflecting pool.
What's the wording on reflecting
It is,
pool?
I think it taps for a colorless, and if it's in the graveyard, all your lands are Selesnya.
Okay.
It's not.
No, it's Riftstone Portal.
I thought about that card, but yeah, it's not called Reflecting Pool, but it's that it taps
Okay.
for 1 colorless, and if this land is in the graveyard, all your other lands tap for green or white.
Okay.
So we're looking at Prime. Oh, so no Ortho Saga?
Surgically on Ancient too.
No, and I think that's a misplay, because you know what David can do in response? Search up an Ortho Saga?
With a crop rot.
No, with this onboard search engine.
Oh, true. Or he can go for a Bochuka Bog if he's fancy for himself.
It's a legal play.
I mean, is it that bad?
Things he also could do is get Tabernacle and don't pay for his creatures next turn.
I mean, this is something I did already with Painter, which won
Yeah.
the games.
But would you rather have 1 Auto Saga in play or 3 in the deck?
I kind of think that I want to have all of those in the exile. But when you have like 1 in play, you get it back with your Life from the Loam, so everything is Gucci. He has the Swords to Plowshares in hand. He has 2 additional lands, at least 1 mana producing
Also, he has
land.
another Auto Saga in hand, but it's just called Fan Stage.
True. The thing is, you get it in for next turn, you copy your Saga. I mean,
You copy your Saga the turn it would expire. In the
True.
upkeep.
Yeah.
Or in the main.
but then you have to wait for 2 turns to get in your tokens.
But then you copy a basic land and you have infinite token production.
Yeah, but you have to lay it out for 2 additional turns, because when you copy it in the upkeep, you don't get the Saga the Saga counter up there.
Yeah, but maybe he can take the time. Nothing ever happened with the control player if you just
Can you
decided.
do something in your before upkeep step of the turn
No.
that you are allowed to?
Nobody gets priority in the untap step.
Okay.
And if something would trigger in the upkeep step, it triggers at the beginning of the upkeep. Like if something triggers whenever a card phases in, the trigger goes on the stack in the upkeep.
Okay.
It's different than the cleanup step, because the cleanup step actually does not give priority unless something triggers.
Okay.
Uh,
Basically,
Gitrog
madness.
Gitrog monster. If you have 8 cards in hand,
Yeah.
and cleanup, you discard a land.
Yeah.
Gitrog monster triggers and you get priority in the cleanup step.
Yeah.
Then you draw your card from Gitrog monster, still have 8 cards in hand. Next cleanup step, you get the other cleanup step after that one. Then you discard your other hand, and you basically discard all your lands from the hand and have 7 spells in hand and win commander games that way.
Okay. I mean, are you allowed to? I mean, you can't just madness the card.
Yes, also.
Okay.
But there are no lands with madness. And Gitrog monster only
Yeah,
triggers
yeah,
if you discard.
but if you
lands.
discard like I would say Wild Mongrel, but a Blazing Root Wall or something of the kind.
Wild Mongrel doesn't have
Madness.
madness. Also,
But it's the madness engine.
you can't activate Wild Mongrel in the cleanup step unless you already have priority.
Yeah. And I think we get here another token. And yeah, I personally would say it looks good on the side of David, which means we for sure totally wrongfully evaluate the boss stage, and Jonas gonna win the match.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know how he can win the match from here. He basically now needs the Wasteland. Because if he doesn't get the Ursa Saga off the table now,
He needs a Wasteland and then double creature.
and we already know that 2 of his cards are Force of Wills, which are basically dead cards right now.
Yeah.
So he needs to have more good cards in his hand than his cards in total.
Yeah. And those are really much blue.
That's a Murktide. That's not good. Also not bad. That's a good card because you can ditch your bad cards. And that's 3 bad cards.
I mean, two forces back. You have a Grief in there, which doesn't do much. Yeah, it's just.
I mean, his hand is literally Force of Negation, Force of Will, Grief, Murktide Regent, land, Murktide Regent, Force of Will. That does nothing, literally. Also, thanks for Jonas for playing his land at the wide angle so we can observe them.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that's very problematic for commentators a lot of time because you can't really see the cards. So you're kind of talking about with like only half of the board.
Which also got really hard since every card has 17 artworks now.
Yeah, I mean, Marco Schmidhuber is one of our guys that plays a lot of the Chinese cards or Japanese cards. And now I know what the Brainstorm looks like and the Lightning Bolt. But previously, is it a Ponder? Is it a Preordain?
I mean, I'm pretty good at looking at, for example, Secret Layers or something like that doesn't look at Magic cards and know what it is because I own a lot of them. And I like extra artworks, so.
Yeah.
But it can be hard.
Yeah. Will be really, really interesting. But yeah. Here it really feels like waiting for the death.
For Ursa Saga, tutor targets. Soulguard Lantern, just to be safe. To say no Murktide for you.
Yeah, I mean it pumps the other Murktide, but it shouldn't really do much. I think okay. He lets the Saga die. I mean, he just puts pressure on the board.
Yeah, but I don't think that's correct. I think you should have gone for the long game and copied the Saga here.
Yeah, the problem here is like, even if you get another artifact.
I mean, he goes to maximal pressure right now, but
he can make one construct that trades with the Murktide. That's actually a thing. Because his artifacts are now 5/5s.
But from Jonas' point of view, the game will go something like, I have a flying creature and you don't resolve any spells, because you have a lot of counters. So he just needs to beat the board.
He can just attack now with the 2 creatures and remove the one from combat that gets blocked. Which would actually be the thing that I would do.
Yeah, I have a little bit of sequencing I would have done different. Like my preferred way of playing it would be cast the Expedition map for the green mana first. See if I can get a 6/6 and let them trade, like block and say, okay, you can trade. Because if he doesn't accept the trade, then you can play the Mace of Ith and...
yeah, he didn't have the 2 mana to equip it.
No, not equip. He has an artifact in his Expedition map. He could play that. Probably would get countered, but so you could like play the Mace of Ith after combat, just not to give the information to your opponent.
I mean, he's using it to save one of his creatures.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's necessary. Like, I would rather have 2 creatures and my opponent has none, than I have 3 and you have 1.
Yeah.
So like, I'm fine with trading construct here.
And he
does trade the construct, which is fine move.
Why the fuck is the Murktide back in his hand?
I don't know. Did they just go back to his hand?
I mean, it's not on the battlefield and not in the graveyard.
I will look at it.
I mean, he scooped up the game.
Yeah.
But
just asked out of curiosity.
okay. So it's 1-1. And we will now look into our third game. And here we saw like a sweet little play on the side of David, having like the chip damage with the small constructs, getting him to exile it, getting another thing. And here we really saw the power of the one Elvish Reclaimer. And I think he's playing 2 of those in his board. Yeah, he's playing 2 in the main deck. And Elvish Reclaimer is such a good card. And the problem is, like, if you have a lot of those in the deck, your opponent will have to keep in the remove spells for the small creatures. And then it's not really that impactful. On the other hand, if you only have 2, you can't really commit to a lot of remove spells, and you kind of have to give it to your opponent if those cards are, staying in. And we will just happily wait for game 3 to continue. And here we saw like 2 crop rotation getting were boarded out on the side of David. Seems like a good call against a lot of counters. Doesn't really feel good to commit additional lands actually before knowing if the spell resolves.
No. He did not actually bounce the Murktide. He verbally already conceded the game.
Okay.
Mid-combat, and then they just talked and left the board state.
Okay.
On the board.
So, was only awkward for us. So, yeah.
And I just looked over Jonas' shoulder while boarding for game 3, and he boarded out Griefs now.
Yeah, seems like the correct thing. You saw the surgicals, they aren't really that impactful. The scam game isn't the huge thing you want to do. You want to have the heavy hitters in here that can outmuscle basically the construct tokens and win with a few hits. Because like, even though it's like 3 power on turn 1, it's 7 turns to go. So, just waiting for the shuffling. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. We will happily discuss them on stream. And if you see the deck lists on the side of Jonas, you maybe have noticed an incredible sideboard card. I am personally a really big fan of the card because it's called Null Brooch. And that's the reason, because we can't use Null Rods on Cardboard on Cardboard Live.
For whatever reason?
For whatever reason, so we just inserted Null Brooches because look at the artwork, it's gorgeous.
Isn't there like the most slow control deck ever in pre-modern playing Null Brooch? Something like that?
I actually have no idea what the card does.
Null Brooch, it's an artifact that has a 3 mana activated ability to counter target spell you can when you discard your card, your hand. You just get empty-handed, and then doesn't allow your opponent to play cards anymore. Hard and yes.
Null Brooch. Discard your hand, counter target non-creature spell.
There is I think there's some shenanigans in some other format. I don't know if it's Primero.
I want to play with this card. It looks great, but it's really bad against Null Rod.
Or opponents that have good cards.
Or opponents that have creatures.
I mean, it's not that bad against Null Rod. It's just whoever hits the table first wins. Because if you cast a Null Rod, you can counter it with Null Brooch.
Yeah. True. So, we now have the mulligan going over. I think they are both at 7 cards currently. And with like 11 minutes to go, who do you think is the favorite? Or are we
Still
looking?
David. I think still David.
Or are we looking at the draw? I mean, David usually has the hand that can go fast.
I mean, as we mentioned previously, a draw would also confirm top 8 for them.
Yeah.
So
Because with a draw, they can lose the next round and still are in.
yeah, but since like Tobias Jagersberger, who we already had on stream with Aluren, he's now 3-0-1.
Okay.
So if they draw now and lose, they might be quite low in the tables, but probably top 8. Like not in the half that would allow them to play first.
Yeah. So
probably
Tobias already
unfortunately-
won.
Tobias already won, I think.
Okay. Schmidhuber Markus won. So one of the guys with 7 points is now still at 7 points.
No, he's
Markus
at 10 points.
Schmidhuber, who commentated round 2 together with me, is now
9.
at 9 points. Yeah.
So he is
Confirmed top 8, most likely.
he's like 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 bye.
Yeah. I mean, it's the classic thing that can happen, especially with the buy giving you kind of good breakers, especially with low round events. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, in this, I mean, we are not at that low of a player number, but if you go like 16 players play 5 rounds,
yeah.
they have this weird thing where everyone who's around top 8 probably played against multiple of the same persons.
Yeah.
So their tiebreakers are really tied together, because if the person loses, both go down. I don't know. I think that this effect could have minor effects here in this tournament, but not that much. Also, I think that we just will have a great top 8 either way.
I think today we'll play a few of the best Austrian players, excluding myself and maybe Jonas, but we don't know for sure.
Like, strictly speaking on tournament wins and trophies, I might be the most decorated Austrian player in the post-COVID era.
In Legacy.
In Legacy, yes.
Yeah, that could be true, but have you ever played 4-color control painter?
No.
So, yeah. So you can't really talk about it. I mean, it was in the COVID era, actually. But, yeah. And pre-COVID, I went second in Vienna with mannerless stretch, just to flex. And do you know what I lost against in the finals?
The mirror match.
No.
That would be fun.
Death in Texas with main deck
I
Containment
know that
Priest.
story.
But yeah, we have here on the side of David an Urza an Elvish Reclaimer. And it kind of looks good.
Is it already game 2 again? Because it's like pretty much the same board state.
Yeah.
We just swapped the Graph Digger's Cage for a Mox Diamond, which is better for Jonas.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But the thing is, I think he
The thing
bought
is-
it out of...
The thing is, the hand of Jonas is much more well suited to deal with it than his last hand.
I mean, the thing is, does he play now the 2-drop, the Doity Wardwalker?
The Deuterst of Walkers. I don't know.
The Doity Walker, because it can doit to some targets.
No, because it's a species or a
A shadow creature.
yeah, it's a like Dotis is a tribe in the the two-player giant plane.
Okay.
Battlebonds, the Battlebonds plane. Dotis are like a shadow association there,
Okay.
I think.
It's a horror. They are trapped in the shadows of wrath.
Yeah, and I think they have something to do with the Battlebond plane. Or might
Yeah.
be.
And Wrath is basically a plane that got invaded by the Phyrexians. Okay, yeah.
I think it's just yeah, how does it called from? Isn't Draft like basically the equivalent to the Star Wars plane where before the lava?
Could be. It was like in Tempest, Stronghold, Exodus, and Nemesis. It was the plane that played there. But yeah, I think we have now missed the removal spell on the side of Elvish Reclaimer, another Wasteland being committed on the side of David. We will see another token here.
Yeah.
So it's because like the double black and the double blue of a lot of those cards are really, really bad for Jonas because he can't really go for basics and he has to fear Life from the Loam, so not really something that he can go for a lot of duels
I
here.
mean, a Life from the Loam would just be insane right now because not only would he get Wasteland but also recurring Urza Sagas.
Yeah. I mean, here it would be, yeah, Wasteland, Urza Saga.
Yes, the spell that can target 3 lands in the graveyard would target all 3 lands in the graveyard. I would agree with that statement.
I don't think so. I would just take 2. Don't be too greedy. Maybe he dazes it then.
That's no different than a cheap target.
But yeah. Oh, there was a Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah, that took care of the boy.
The Elvish boy.
The Elvish boy. The little elf.
It comes into play and then targets a card from a creature. The graveyard.
So we have some interaction now. He will, in response
to the trigger, surgical. I mean, he can't exile his own graveyard.
I think
because
it's his opponent, right?
All opponents.
All opponents, yes.
Because Nihil Spellbomb says target player. And one unfortunate thing with the Spellbomb is like it exiles itself. Because if you sacrifice it, it's already in the graveyard, which is something that I usually do not want as paint.
I mean, you can have a Goblin Welder and just save it and exile something else.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Nihil Spellbomb is like one of the most underrated cards in the format. But the question is now, will we see a win here?
The question is, did David board out 3 of his Urza Saga so he could play now? Around surgical.
Yeah, surgical it. Have fun looking through my deck. I mean, here you just play. I mean, just plays spell set.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it and to make it a hat trick of bad evaluations, but David is really far ahead.
I mean, there is still a reanimate. I mean, which doesn't do anything inside of a Soul Guard Lantern.
Yeah, but also David has a 2-turn clock.
No, he can't. He can only attack for 1 this turn.
Yes. So he has a 2. Oh, he has a no-turn clock.
We will have a draw, and
We might have a draw. Yes.
we might. They have 2 minutes on the clock.
Festland Stage Dark Depths.
No cards in hand, nothing that can draw something, with a, with a Maze of If and the Swords to Plowshares. Jonas can't win.
Nothing they can draw is not entirely true because I think the Soul Guard has a second ability.
Yeah.
So we now reanimate an Elvish Reclaimer, which should be big. Yes, there are more than 3.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you get a 3/4. Is this a Sagira step?
Yes, which is not that good.
It's usually for the crop rotation. It's one of the cards that have to be in the deck, but aren't allowed to be out. I mean, does he sort it now? Maybe.
Maybe there's a pithing needle on Lucia Claimer, so he can't go for his second blue land.
True.
Because that might be a thinking that he will go for his second blue land, then play a
Murktide.
Murktide.
I mean, you still have Maze and Swords up. And if you... I mean... It's the second time we see a draw here.
Yep.
Next time I want to have the burn player versus the test player or something like that.
Don't think we have either of the sticks.
No, we have. I mean, we have so many control decks in
I would
here.
just wanted to say we have a slow matter.
It's insane. I mean, I think I can look at some metagame here.
Oh, you can't.
Okay, I can't. Can I have the deck names? No, not really. But yeah, we have control. I think control. Stoneblade. Lands. 4-color. Value elves. I think. Texas.
So what you meant by we will play again until 12 a.m. We actually will be here till
1?
12 p.m.
No, we will be here up until like 1 in the morning.
Yeah, 12 p.m. is like...
I mean, it's because we have like this round to be concluded.
Yes, and then we have untimed rounds of control mirrors for the top 8.
Yeah, we will time them.
Do you know what happens if you time a elimination round?
Yeah, we use the rules they used in Germany with who has the higher life total will win the game.
Those are the official rules.
Yeah.
You go to sudden death, which means if you fetch, you will lose.
It's really, really good. I like Gino. Alfred. I mean, I kind of want to dig out of the round. I mean, can you tell them they are in the second extra time already? Or at least in the first?
I don't know. I will make sure they get to know that.
I think right beneath the Austrian Legacy League symbol, there are the extra turns. So they are at the point where they will
And also,
draw.
Jonas now is above 20 life, so the Miracle Dark Depths combo will not even win the game.
No. Yeah, it's like, I mean, but now Jonas can win with a Dark Depths combo.
How?
I mean,
That would be really funny if you have something like two dogs.
no. Do you know how it would be possible?
Yep.
If the Thespian stage gets into the graveyard, he can activate it with the Dirty Voidwalker on the opposing. No. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can Dark Depths. If your Festband stage the opposing Dark Depths stays in play, but you get a 20.
Yeah. Especially. So it's another draw. We take a few minutes of a break.
But like that happens so like more than it should be that people who could intentionally draw play and then unintentionally draw.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for whom? For us too, because we have to witness the crazy control mirror basically, which should lasted more than it should. But give us a few minutes break. We will give you like an episode of the In Response Legacy podcast, one of my pet projects.
Or also the break will be a little bit longer than the break in between rounds because we
Have to
show them
publish
standings now.
Yeah, exactly.
So we should be live now, right?
Okay. Yeah, should work out fine.
I did not update the standings because I don't know the standings of these players. But anyways, we play blue-red control. Okay, against Esper control. For the win and them basically, I think these people should be at 2 and
2-1-1.
both 2-1-1.
Yeah,
We've had a lot of unintentional draws this tournament.
because we are in a control era of Magic apparently. We have like, I would say more than 50% control players. Which is a lot actually. And that's actually the reason that we are both eating pizza right now, because we do not have any time between rounds. And what is in here? No, I'm not today. Okay. Everything gets scammed. That's true. And yeah, we have our players now playing for the top 8.
In this case, with a draw, I think they're both out unless all the other tables are drawing, which could be happening.
Yeah, with a draw, they should be out because there are 3 pairings with 2 players with 6/6 each competing. So one of those would take the slot for sure. So the first 3 tables are all drawn.
I don't know. I just Daniel Bernosch just said those 2 playing on the future match, and I went with it.
Okay.
Like I literally just went to the toilet upstairs and then sprinted down because they were already started playing.
Yeah, it's like we don't really have much time with Matthias Höller. And yeah, so you should get the deck lists now on stream too with our Cardboard Life extension.
And Teferi is a good card to resolve in a control mirror.
Yeah. And is this a stuff?
Yep. The spirit token just got bounced by the Teferi. Ooh, Bowmaster killed the Teferi. And he resolves. Yeah, Patrick offered to change his life totals, but don't think that's the intended target.
Not really. Yeah, no. Matthias even forgot his stuff trigger.
That's correct.
Which is actually the reason that you play those 2 cards combined. I mean, not the reason, because both of those are great on their own, but the combination is good.
It could be good for us, because I don't think that drawing extra cards would make the match go faster.
That's true. Do you know what the matches today feel? It's not the players versus each other. It's the players versus us, the casting team.
Yeah, I think they have bugged our streaming of it, and every time we say somebody's ahead, they just collude and concede the game, basically.
Maybe Bennett David had 6 lands in hand, but I will lose the game. Hello to you too, Storm59. Hey, Nicolo! Have fun hanging out in here. We have a lot of control mirrors, so we are especially exhausted up until now. It's the 5th round and we are in like 5 hours of streaming, if I remember correctly, which is like, yeah.
Basically. So there's like we will have top 8 at starting It's maybe 10:30.
Yeah.
There's no way we will get 3 matches in before midnight.
No, it's for sure 1 o'clock in the morning. We have like basically a new worker at our local shop. I mean, new. He's there since a month or something like that, and yeah, he will stay really really late for today, and we actually want to go out afterwards. So we start going out at like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Sure.
I could have went by train and went with the earliest train back home. Would have been a better call. But yeah, after your visit, everyone switched to control. So I have to start playing paint again because I'm feeling very, very
I
comfortable.
would have loved to play Rhinos into this match, into this meta.
It's so many Bowmasters, so many brainstorms being cast, remove spells, and yeah. it's so stupid. Have you seen the lightning? Painter control. Have you guys heard about my 4-color painter control list?
Have you heard about the Dark Depths painter list?
No.
Stupid.
I mean, I played painter control in 2020, and I think I had like a 70% win percentage over like 2 months. But what does the matchup looks like? We have a Raffine's Tower, we have like a lot of lands, and a 1/1 attacking the opponent. Okay, seems great.
Yeah, I think we can just check in 10 minutes and we'll have the same board state, rather.
Yeah, I played 4-color control paint with Divine Reclamation and an Intuition. It was gorgeous. I mean, it was also empowered by a, a lot of different stupid stuff. But yeah, it's great. I'm looking at something like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like lands with a single grindstone. Looks stupid.
It has 2 cards, I mean, but so you have your grindstone in the
Okay.
sideboard.
Okay, cool. But there is a creature. And now he did not forget about the trigger on the second stuff. And Höller Matthias should be far ahead actually.
So we know who will be losing this game now.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to forgive us a little bit. We were desperate to get something between our how do you say it in English? We just wanted to eat something.
Wollte gerade zwischen die Rippen sagen.
Between our teeth.
Yeah, no, but some people pay for ASMR.
And yeah, Matthias drew now his 2 additional cards. Maybe he gets another stuff in here. But yeah, what are actually the finish on the side of Matthias? Because I'm always a little bit unsure.
There's the finisher. He just played it.
He played the Yorion, flickering his 2 stuffs, and he's missing like 2 triggers.
He's missing 1 trigger.
He's missing 2 triggers.
Yeah, 1 each, I mean.
Yeah.
Yes. So just everybody understands the rules interaction. There are 2 spirits entering the battlefield, so each stuff should have 2 counters on it. But this is not any illegal play, it's just not good.
It's basically the same with missing the jealous trigger. Am I right?
Yeah.
As long as it's
Yo.
your opponent's cards.
Yeah. Also, Eidolon. Missing your opponent's Eidolon trigger, totally fine. Missing yours, maybe not that fine.
So, yeah. I mean, something like a Supreme Verdict or so does seem fine actually on the side of Patrick. Can't be really stopped, prolongs the game, maybe he gets in with F4 Erlingers.
Back to basic, not really what he wants here. Because Matthias has 4 basics.
And this one is actually not that horrible for Matthias. Getting a full new grip with 2 activations of the stuff with a full board with 8 power.
This feels like playing a whole new world in Lorcana against the control deck, which is never a good idea. So Lorcana basically has its own Wheel of Fortune.
Okay.
It's called a whole new world, and you don't want to play it against the control deck because the control deck just wins if you play it because it has 7 new cards in hand.
And you can't get mana screwed in Lorcana because you can play every card.
You can get mana screwed if you build your deck wrong, but at the the Wheel of Fortune is so expensive that at the point you play it, control deck is already established.
Yeah.
There's also a mill deck which just tries to chain this draw 7s and play 10 more cards than your opponent so they don't mill out first.
Yeah. And now, what do we get here? I mean, do you think one of the guys is actually favored? I personally would say Esper Control.
Yeah, I think Esper Control is favored due to Bowmaster. Because it's really annoying.
And stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick can't really interact with the stuff. Doesn't have Bowmasters on its own. I mean, he has the Narsets, but Narset doesn't really shut down the stuff because you can still use it at your opponent's turn.
And the grip he now has, at the new 7 he drew, a lot of forces, a couple cane grips, but not really a lot of board interaction, which he needs.
Mm-hmm.
So he's totally in the game if it goes cane grip into board wipe. Preferably Supreme
But he
Verdict.
doesn't have any white mana.
I think that those are 2 planes there. There's a different artwork.
Okay.
Like under the one island there, I think there are 2 planes hiding.
And what do we get here? Another Bowmasters.
So
getting in for 2, basically, if it doesn't get
means getting in for 1 because it's a force.
Yeah. I mean, point still stands he needs a board wipe.
Other Bowmaster. And it's interesting to see if Matthias will remember his staff triggers.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter here, but just to be sure about it.
I would prefer the ultra fancy play of announcing one staff trigger, missing the other one.
Fair.
But no, second force.
I mean, he's still at 2 life and needs a board wipe of the Ponder.
Does he play Supreme Verdict main?
Yeah.
Then
one of.
it's dead or bust.
And he has the exact mana to cast
But
it.
also, if Matthias wins this game, we officially called the winner right when he had a
When he had advantage on the
when he had
board.
advantage on the board. So
Because we forgot it, we will deliver you the time.
this match also obviously a likely candidate that if it's 1-1, it will go to, like, if Patrick now scoops and then wins the second game, this game might be a draw. This match might be a draw because it's 2 to control. We already near because we started 55 minutes actually. We already have 20 minutes left. Eliminated from the clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think 3 games are gonna fit in.
No, it will for sure be.
Yeah, we're looking at something like 29 minutes, maybe 30 minutes when they start playing for the game 2.
Yeah. So if you have any questions regarding Austrian Legacy, the ELM, how it is competing at the ELM, ask for questions for Jonas, just feel free to ask us. We will have some downtime while, basically waiting for the sideboarding. I mean, we can talk about a few cards in the sideboard.
I think both will cut down forces.
Both will cut down forces. I mean, on the side of Esper control, I'm looking at something like a position agent. It can do stuff. I mean, it's an additional creature, needs to be removed as a threat. You don't really want the null route.
You just swap the forces for Blaster Storms because they're cleaner.
Yeah, and get in the Hydra and the Blue Elemental Blast if you know about the 4th Lingers. But I think Blaster Storms on its own are just a more cleaner option. On the side of Langvis and Patrick was some.
I mean, he is extra Pyroblast, which is a big plus.
I think.
No, I don't think Blood Moon is good.
I mean, we saw a lot of basics, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's like
Hydroblast, Pyroblast, of course.
Pyroblasts.
Hydroblasts don't bring happiness in Hydroblast against the deck.
I mean, this sideboard has so much stack interaction. It's like it has like 11 counter spells on the board. It's too much for me, but I will just take myself something to drink, and I will be back shortly. We will have Jonas to sit you through the break.
Yeah. So, in a few minutes and a few seconds, we will have the first look of the starting hands. What are you looking here in this matchup? Couple 20, solid mana base. You want to hit your first 5 land drops consistently. I think it's really important. For Patrick, some planeswalkers he can deploy. Maybe Teferi is good. Nazet might be one of the weaker ones because it's really soft to Bowmaster. Yeah. On Matthias' side, some card draw spell and something to do late. It's really like the starting hand doesn't matter too much because the games are so long and nobody really applies early pressure. For Matthias, we have a Baleful Strix, I would say Brazen Borrower, some lands, and nothing more to see here. Yeah, and both kept 7. Yeah. I was just talking about how the starting hand, as long as it's functional, doesn't really matter that much because the game is so long, nobody applies early pressure, and you just cast your 5 cantrips and modular your hand, whatever you need.
Yeah, exactly. At the first 2 turns, the one thing that matters is that you hit the land drops. Everything else doesn't really matter. one of the things in the control mirrors is always like the first person that moves is the one who loses. And if Matthias, for example, and he will for sure play the Baleful Strix, he's basically now tapped out for the Teferi that will most likely, or the Narset that will most likely follow up on the next turn on the side of Patrick.
How many Shielded Edict are we looking at?
In Esper? I mean...
Yes, in the black deck.
Instant.
None?
None in the... I mean, he plays a Gaia Sky.
Yeah, but Shielded Edict can sack Planeswalkers?
None.
But
Literally none.
it's because Patrick's best early turn plays and the earlier speaking like turn 5 to something. Like establish a powerful Planeswalker.
Mm-hmm.
And then just removal spell for that would be interesting. Do you think he brought in the Oppo?
I mean, it's an additional creature, it can pressure Planeswalkers. It has, personally, I would say, a few to a lot of applications.
I think it's too cute.
I look at more at it's a flash threat where you can hold up like a Force of Negation or a few Flusterstorms and then just flash it in as a body. Not really against, haha, I got your fetch lands. It's more like, yeah, I'm able to kill. It's back to basics. The problem with Cardboard Life is that we, can't put in back to basics for some apparent reason. So it's back to basics in the main deck.
Yeah, you basically can use the rule of what the fuck is this card? Just substitute it with a good card that has a similar name. Except you're looking at Gino's list because I don't know what this madman is playing. If there's a 5 mana 7/7 slime creature, he's probably actually playing that.
Fair. I mean, the cards that we have is like Null Rod has an issue. It's Null Brooch. Back to Basics is the back from the print, and Meltdown is a melting. So same color, same name origin. So and we even got the Clean Arms and the Pyroblast on the Strix. Now I have the Teferi up. Now a lot of cards are actually dead. Here on the side of Matthias, if he had some stack interaction, he can't really use it. So he kind of needs to have like one of the Bowmasters. I mean, he plays a few of them. He maybe plays another Strix. He can play Staff of the Storyteller. And the Strix is, I mean, quite good on its own, but the problem is like...
The problem is that it drew a Force of Negation from it, which is not really good.
Yeah, the problem is he can't really kill the Teferi because he upticks for every single turn. And then he doesn't die.
So we get a small glimpse at the hand of Patrick, and I think it's a Narset, a Force of Will upon the 4th of Everlingers, and some 5th card that is too far away from me, which is a solid hand.
Really good combination of a few cards. He has something to win the game, he has something to prolong the game, he has something to...
With Force of Will, he basically says... with Force of Will and Teferi, he's sure that he doesn't die to one card.
Exactly. I think that he is not allowed to forget this uptick Teferi here. And he does not.
After the last match where we saw Patrick on the stream, I reminded him about the Teferi play your 4 at the end of turn
Mhm.
play. So he might now have it in mind. Because, like, right now, the problem is you don't get the problem with quotes is
You don't get the monarch.
you don't get the monarch, but you also just if you have the fairy, your opponent can't interact at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
You just get 4 power, and then untap and have a fuel control sweep. Sure.
I mean, in the previous game, it wasn't really an issue with card draw. As well, it was more like the monarch was already in play,
Yeah.
and he just needed the bodies to kill. And here we have a big issue on the side of Matthias. He now missed his 4th land drop. And I think this is... You really want to play...
Yeah, Patrick is an old man. He likes to play old man magic.
I mean, I would play 4 lingers here.
Maybe yes. But, like, he goes for the huge play. Like, there's no way in the whole world that Chase Fate Seal You is the correct play in a match percentage sense.
I mean, it's the cue. I mean, you can even bounce the Baleful Strix, and it's a good play.
Yes.
Because it
Because now it blocks the draw.
Yeah, basically.
Also, you might consider that both of these players play horrible playmats for the decks, because one of them has a combo card on it, and the other one has a creature toolbox card on it, which is like the most
Is it
far
Night
away.
of Autumn?
It's Night of Autumn, yes. The other one is Dark Lips.
Yeah, I'm sure about Dark Lips. It's
Yeah, and we have a
the
scoop.
left one is Night of Autumn. Am I right?
Yes, the Night with the autumny art style is Night of Autumn.
The left one.
I don't know
That-
where left is, yes.
the, the blue thing
No,
that
no,
has its
the small creature that is standing above the ice, that's actually Night of Autumn.
Ah, sweet. Because
No,
in autumn
not all
the
confirmed.
ice freezes.
Yeah, in autumn the big tentacle monsters come.
Yeah,
Also called Halloween.
true. And Halloween is in winter.
No,
No, it's at the end of autumn.
it's actually at the middle of autumn, because autumn goes from September 23rd to December 21st, or something like that.
Yeah.
But yes,
It's at the end.
and yeah,
Ah. Yeah, we have to. I mean, he scooped up the game.
which is probably a good call, because the
It's-
draw doesn't help him.
Yeah,
And
the right
a draw is a loss. It's basically a loss. So we don't know anything about the prize pool, except that it's gonna be paid out to top 8, right?
Yeah.
So, nice plays, good luck. You get 1 Locana booster from the pity box, or something like that. Maybe.
How much is it? What kind of booster?
650, no, that was a lie.
650.
Yeah, they basically said booster. They have 2 rares and a foil land. Each.
Okay. Which seems actually okay.
Yeah. I mean, a booster box is 150 or
Mhm.
145. It's okay-ish expensive. And single prices are wild because card market doesn't list Locana yet.
Mhm.
So you basically go to American card suppliers and check their prices. And they are all inflated because in America there's a card shortage in Locana.
And we kind of have to say we're sorry for you, but the American card market or collectible market is insane. We are really, really glad we have card markets.
Yeah, but
And-
especially in the case of Locana, they have a supply shortage for Locana cards.
Mhm.
So the prices, presume, are also inflated in the singles.
Yeah.
Like, I was on some Locana Discord and I asked, has anybody idea how to draft Locana? Because that would be fun.
Yeah.
And somebody said, yeah, sure, but how do you want to get packs? And I just at the same day ordered 3 displays because we like the back wall of our shop area is just Locana cases.
Yeah. I mean, you need 1.5 box for 8 people or something like that.
I don't know how much boosters you need for a draft because
It's 4, if you remember correctly.
It's 4, really?
Mhm.
So there is a way to draft. I have not found on it.
Yeah, you add a boost after every round or something like that. Is well, no, that's sealed.
Let's see. Okay. Because draft is hard because you have to pick your basic lands basically because there are no basic lands. You have to pick 40 playables, which seems hard in 45 cards.
That's true.
And also it's not 45, it's 36 because it's 12 card boosters.
Then it's 4. Then you draft up to 48 cards. I'm not sure.
I don't. Yeah. Back to Magic.
Back to Magic. We have like
We started with the super unorthodox play of an island.
no, it was Fetchland, Ponder, drink some beer.
Oh, I don't know if we are allowed to promote alcohol on Twitch. We drink some non-alcoholic funny juice.
That's made out of the thing that was made out of beer, but it's called Stiegel. Sorry, it was a really bad piss joke, but here we have. Yeah, I mean, what do you do here? I mean, Flesh and Orcish Bowmaster seems like the right thing to do. Put in the immense pressure.
The 10-turn clock. With the fetch lands, it's even a 9-turn clock.
Yeah. It's insane.
Also, I would think that there's still a good chance that this goes to a draw, even though we have 17 minutes left.
I mean, it's for sure possible, but at least
it's quite easy to reach a board state where just nothing happens for 5 minutes.
yeah. The thing is, he has double Orcish Bowmasters. If this is something like a swords, not a swords, but how's it called? A brainstorm. I mean, a really bad emergency brainstorm.
Often planes.
I mean, now it's definitely a swords to plowshares, which would have been the. I mean,
might already have been announced because the Bowmaster already left the battlefield.
Yeah, one thing that you could do here is like, in response, cast your second Bowmasters to hit your opponent for 2 life. But I don't think that you want to do it. Maybe you even want to cast a Brazen Borrower end of turn or something like that.
So, how much fetchlands did he play? Did he fetch any of Matthias? Did he fetch any of his second or third land?
I think the first one should have been a fetch.
Okay, then it's excusable. But otherwise, it would be not excusable that he doesn't have 2 blue in his first 3 lands. If he had 2 fetches.
I thought you were looking at the life total and it doesn't match up.
No, don't care for that. But like, if he can choose to have 2 blue mana, and it doesn't, it's not good.
Yeah, that's true. But Plains and Scrubland was definitely played from hand. And the thing is, he didn't commit end of turn Orcish Bowmasters. I personally would say you are kind of the driver's seat here. You want to pressure or leverage your advantage.
Yep. Did you actually commentate the finals of the Austrian Legacy Masters Sunday event?
I think so.
Because it was the most insane ending to a tournament I've ever seen.
What was the tournament?
It was 4-color control against Esper Reanimator.
Yeah.
And the 4-color control player had Containment Beast in play and a handful of counters.
Yeah.
And the Esper control player basically lost the game. And he just tried to play Teferi. And the 4-color control player, of course, said it resolves because he thought he could just counter the next things, the action spells.
Yeah.
So the Esper Reanimator's player goes bounce your Containment Beast.
Yeah.
Then Grief sees like a handful of counters.
Yeah.
Goes show and tell. With show and tell on stack, he says, I concede because I can't go through all these counters. It was the tournament winning spell on the deck, and he conceded.
Wait, he had the wind con in hand?
He had the fairy on board,
Yeah.
and the show and tell on deck, and said, "I can't win against this
But I
hand full of
thought
counters."
he had no creature.
No, he had like a Griselbrand in hand. He conceded because he saw a lot of counters in his opponent's hand. So like both of them just threw away the tournament.
Okay. Yeah. Was bad. But yeah, here we have like another Orcish Bowmasters. We might see here the back from the print, or a back to basics here, to lock down 2 lands actually. I don't really know why he still can go for the bounce with the Brazen Borer here.
Yeah.
Which would actually be a nice play.
Like, but that's just something talked about earlier. We just talked about a whole different tournament for like 2 minutes, and the board set didn't really change. I mean, the token grew.
Yeah.
But that's just control.
I mean, and there is nothing happening.
Yeah. With now having the deck list and everything, which deck would you register to against this meta?
I mean, the thing is, I think Mississippi River would actually be
I
good.
think Mississippi River would be insane.
It would be really good, because
I
one of
know
the
that-
bad matchups here, Ube Scam, basically.
Toby plays Lavinia. Aluren.
Yeah,
Aluren player plays Lavinia.
he plays with one of Lavinia because of respect for Mississippi River, actually.
And maybe Rhinos. Which is good.
And because it's really good against Force of Will.
It's just a good card, actually. Because it kills quite a lot.
But one thing that I'm missing from Mississippi River is a good Cascade token. I have to look up an electrical cascade, which is something that you learn in electrical technicalities. Or
Yeah, you could also use this hydrogen cascade that nearly killed the whoever the Oppenheimer knows what I'm talking about.
I haven't watched the movie.
It's basically the concept of before they exploded the first nuclear bomb, there was a theory that it could just burn up all the oxygen in the atmosphere,
Yeah.
and like by just cascading through the atmosphere, which would be bad, obviously.
And yeah, there is.
And that's basically the same thing as you just show me here. It's some amount of force reaching a critical point of chain reaction.
Okay.
Because if you like put enough energy in the atmosphere, the oxygen particles will burn up and release so much energy that the next oxygen particle also burns up, and so on and so on.
Okay. Yeah, would be
kind of a nice Tuesday.
That's true. And now, do we see a removal?
You see a land.
And we don't go to time. Thank God.
Yep.
Thank Jesus.
I think it was not a good keep. If we now see the whole cards from Patrick.
I mean, he drew a lot of.
He drew a lot of lands, yes, but yeah, he just showed that's all the spells he drew in this game.
Yeah.
This has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lands in play or graveyard or hand, and 5 spells.
So it was just a variance loss on the side of
like
Patrick.
you keep a land heavy hand,
Yeah.
and the first 3 things you draw is a lands like that.
Yeah, that's the problem with Ponder, not the brainstorm in this spot, because like the Ponder, maybe you see another 2 lands, then you have to shuffle, then you draw a land, and it's basically not game over, but looks really bad. And with brainstorm, you have the possibilities to exchange like 1 or 2 lands out of your hand with something else.
It
But
also means you get a 10-minute break or something like that.
we have like 10 minutes left now. It's really bright here with the camera settings. We have to change those a little bit. But yeah, see you guys in a bit for the quarterfinals of the Season's End tournament of Season 8 from the Austrian Legacy League. See you in a bit. And welcome back. We have now concluded for the top 8. We now know that they won't split. And we have on the left side, we have Jonas Schernberger on blue-black Scam. And on the right side, we have Philipp Hinterreiter on Doomsday. We choose those deck lists because they look the most interesting, and at least it's not another control mirror here. So I hope you guys are in with us here, and yeah, I hope you like the gameplay here, and we just hope that we will have a good match. So Jonas Schernberger versus Philipp Hinterreiter. Philipp actually went for second place in our league, so was really close for him to qualify for the ELM. Just lost the spot versus Tobias, and yeah, we will have good old tempo. Disruption with counterspells versus Doomsday should be a good matchup actually for Jonas, but he's not on the traditional blue-black shadow lists. He cut the shadow for more game in the mid game. So yeah, will be interesting for our players how it stands.
Ready?
Yeah, we have first versus 8. We have Jonas Schernberger on blue-black Scam versus Philipp Hinterreiter on Doomsday.
So we have 2 non-control decks.
Yeah, I purposefully
You purposely paired first against 8.
and I choose the deck list because it's like I think the only true non-control mirror in our top 8 or something like that.
What's the rest of the deck?
No, it's we also have Mono Black Saga Storm as an additional card that can do stuff. So yeah, will be interesting how those play out. And yeah, we have to look those up because
So, talk about this deck. We have blue-black against blue-black, so it's basically a mirror match, right?
it's basically a mirror match. They both have the same engine or the same mana source, so it's basically the same.
I mean, they don't even, because I don't think Doomsday plays Wasteland.
No, it's very different. We have like the tempo deck versus the combo deck.
Basically, one of the most focused combo decks in the format. If you play pure Doomsday, you can do a lot of funky stuff like Doomsday importing into control or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you just play blue-black Doomsday, it's one of the most focused combo decks in the deck. Format.
It kind of looks like Storm here on the side of Philipp.
Yeah. Storm card is currently free. So he could play a Brain Freeze for 12 cards.
Yeah.
So then Jonas could play his 8/8 Murktide turn 2.
Would be nice. So you guys hear it. We are like completely down the drain with our minds. But
yeah, but in all the seriousness, I think Jonas has a good matchup.
Yeah.
Also aided by the fact that he can start this, that he did start this first match. Like we see now, he has a lot of pressure already.
Yeah.
And his hand most likely is Disruption. Because
hopefully it's like something like a Daze, something like a Force of Will.
And what he doesn't want to see is all his removal spells. Basically, he does not have a need for Fatal Pushes, for Snuffle, which he does not play. I remember.
Is Personal Tutor sorcery or instant?
Personal Tutor is a sorcery.
Okay.
And also way cheaper than it was. a
Yeah,
month
I
ago.
think the new print is like €7 or something like that.
Yeah, I bought ugly Spanish ones for 50 euros
Yeah.
last year.
Because there was only one printing of the card.
Yeah, it's one of those portal cards that Wizards now
I mean,
over time they pick the expensive ones and reprint them, like Imperial Recruiter, Personal Tutor, Capture of however you pronounce that city, Imperial Seal.
I mean the new one. Okay, they cost like €9.
Yeah, like
or €10.
for shipment you can get 4 for 45 maybe
Yeah,
with shipment.
but the old still hold some value. I mean, portal cards are. I really like portal cards. There are so many really, really sweet ones.
Yeah, I think Portal was. Also, we should talk about the deck, about the match maybe, because there was just a Doomsday on the deck. So classic pattern, Dark Ritual and Doomsday work well together because Doomsday happens to cost 3 black.
Yeah.
But also Force of Will.
Yeah.
Pitching Sauron's Ransom.
Not really the thing that he needs for the match usually.
Yeah, because one Sauron's Ransom would really make a difference in the game. The game is already over.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Jonas is he drew a lot of lands, but on the other hand, I think we may see a grief.
And also, for all of you math freaks here, like with A, not with E, it might seem like it's a 3-turn clock because 6 plus 6 is 12 and not 14. But actually, if you play Doomsday on 1 life, you die. So it's basically a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, true. And with a grief here, it's for sure a 2-turn clock. Because.
But also, if Philip manages to combo, he will win the same turn because there's so much mana. He can build a pile where he can just draw all the 5 cards.
Yeah.
So the 2-turn clock really just means that he has to find his combo now. It's not game over yet. It's game over yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is actually the reason to choose the match. It's.
Yeah. We can get a backup match.
The question is.
I also could just open my display of Locana I bought.
That's true.
On camera if you want some pack opening.
Can open also a one. I want to open a Mickey Mouse or something like that.
The Mickey Mouse on the pack. Yeah. So I'm basically going for having a tournament set with what they call it. It's like every card 4 times.
Yeah.
So you can build every deck. And yeah, so Locana only has 1 type of booster, and they basically are set boosters. They are 12 cards, 2 rares, 1 foil in each. And they've ended their masterpieces. Oh, that's a super rare. That's super rare.
Okay, is it good?
Yeah, it's like it's common, uncommon, rare, super rare, legendary.
Is it something worth?
No, that's
the worst of those.
It's A, unplayable, and B, it's it's one of the 2 cards that you automatically get with each bundle.
Okay.
So it's like a starter deck Planeswalker or something like that from the value here.
Okay.
From the value side of things.
But yeah, back to the matchup. I think we have like on the side of
that's a good pick.
Of Schemberg and Jonas, we have additional disruption in the sideboard. We have the dress down for the Tassos Oracle. We have Flusterstorm with Force of Negation. Basically, those are the cards to look out for. You don't really need the null rods. You don't really want to have the Black Engineers. It doesn't really do much. And
but we don't have a transformational sideboard from Philip here, right?
That's that thing that I want to look out for because where is Philip? Yep. In the sideboard we have 2 shield rats, which are definitely cards to look out for.
Yeah, I mean each of the Doomsday list, even the focused ones, have some sort of transformation in the sideboard because if in the matchup where the combo is really really bad, you just want to have something else.
Yeah.
So, but that's like as far as I see the deck list, it's like on the non-really transformational side because the 2 shield are basic right now.
Yeah.
To play.
It's not something that you bought into Tempo Doomsday or something.
Doomsday definitely stays in.
Yeah.
Or I think it was Bologna for seasons like September 2022 or 21 where Dalibor won with Esper Doomsday, which bordered into Esper Control.
Wasn't Dalibor playing Breakfast?
No, that was the time where the top 8 was Dalibor, Mark, and 6 Italian players.
Okay.
And the 6 Italian players, so then they made a prize split in the top 8.
Yeah.
And the 6 Italian players scooped because they didn't want the trophy, and Mark and
Dalibor wanted it.
Dalibor played the match.
But
Final.
now with Philip going first, it's like we have for sure a lot more counter spells, stack into action on the side of Jonas.
But I think that's one of the matchups where even though Jonas is now on the draw, the days stay in. Because Doomsday has a really tight mana base and works with really limited mana sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think even on the play they are good enough. On the draw they are good enough.
Yeah. And yeah, but we really want to look out for Philip to maybe start off a basic or something like that. So Wasteland is really a limiting factor here. He has like 1 island, 1 swamp. So if he can get for the swamp, which would most likely the preferred.
I mean, he can fetch for the swamp with his Skellington unless
That's
he
true.
wants to cheat.
So
which at this point I might allow because I don't want to go upstairs 2 floors.
Yeah, it's will be interesting what Philip does, because kinda he is the one that wants to put a little bit of pressure onto Jonas, because if not he can basically sculpt the perfect hand to play against the Doomsday pile.
Yeah. And also I think it's probably fair to assume that we will follow the winner of this match into the quarterfinals, because whoever wins this quarterfinals will play the more interesting semifinal, because the other one will be control against control, most likely.
Or Mono Black Saga Storm wins, and then we may want to see Franz.
Want to play.
I mean, there is also a split in the round. There was one player, which we would not say here, that wanted to split, wanted not to split, and all of the other 7 wanted to split. So we may see a split at any second, which I personally would not be against it.
I mean, there's no trophy or no hardware to play for, it's just store credit.
And here we have the Orcish Bowmaster, and it gets dazed. Do we see the daze back? No.
I mean, the daze back would be pretty bad because
Yeah,
that is open mana.
But it's late, and we're playing bad magic.
It's called Lorcana.
So yeah.
I'm looking forward to Lorcana.
So here we have the Thoughtseize, getting rid of the tools that Jonas can do to prohibit the combo. Yeah, here we have like a Daze, a Force, a Brazen Borrower, another Brainstorm, a Reanimate. So we may see a Reanimate here on the Orcish Bowmaster, just to limit the options that Philip can have.
It depends a little bit on Philip's hand, but if you're looking to do combo, you just take the Force, right?
Yeah. Because you should.
I mean, it's very nice from Jonas to leave his hand open, but he has a Brainstorm in hand, so he will need to pick it up.
Yeah. But it's for the stream, it's really, really good to have everything up for us.
And we get a Visitor.
And we maybe even get a 3rd commentator.
Nope, I just get my cards back.
Okay. No help for us. We have to stay in there as 2 guys do. So it I mean, what is something that Philip can do here? I mean, on the one hand, he can try to go for something like a combo. But on the other hand, there is not really something that he can do because he has to play around the days. On the next turn, there can something big happen. Yeah. So yeah, we will see. I mean, there is a surgical in there, so you can kill all the force of wills, have good information on the side of Jonas. I mean, the surgically for the next turn or for the combo turn would kind of be nice, actually.
To eliminate force of will?
To eliminate force of will, have complete information about the hand of Jonas, which is basically like a peek. With, if you have a force of will, it's gone now. Which would actually be nice.
You will not hit the force of will in the hand because of the brainstorm?
Yeah. So, what will he do? The rest take the days? Do we have a combo on this turn? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I like the rest take the days, because you could have just kept up the 1 black mana and paid the days.
No.
It's it's the same effect, but you don't discard the card.
Yeah. I mean, it's an additional... it's a card less in the hand, but yeah, definitely true. Then you have the duress for the next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, then you don't have to feed the days. I mean, the thing for the pile here is now you kind of have to play around Wasteland.
Yeah, but you also could have just played the duress now. Like, if you play Dark Red Doomsday, you have 1 black mana open.
Yeah.
And he doesn't daze. Then you can just play that duress now.
Yeah. True.
So it's like worst case you have the same board state, and best case you have a better board state.
I mean, yeah, you don't really give your opponent the way to choose. So, yeah, really looks interesting. But yeah, I mean, now it's really difficult for a viewer to really get what is being chosen for Philip, because I'm not really remembering the newer piles, because he's playing like black with Knight's Whisper, so we maybe have a Lines of Diamond Knight's Whisper deck or pile. So yeah, will be interesting. This is, I mean, do you know the current piles? I mean, there is a Tassa's Oracle in there. There should be a Lines of Diamond in there.
Maybe it's a Cavern of Swords in there to play around the top deck counter and to play around the Wasteland.
Yeah, you need to play around the Wasteland. So there should be some form of I can draw some cards.
Does he have Edge of Autumn?
Yeah, he plays 2 Edge of Autumns.
You can put them in there. Because, like, right
I mean, he
now,
plays
you
Street
basically are not too safe. You cannot go too Glass Cannon because there's a Brainstorm. There can literally be anything in the hand next turn.
So, yeah, really interesting what Philip does here. Five cards.
Yeah. And that's like Doomsday is like not the best deck to watch as a like on stream, because it's like the half of the thing that happens is he builds his pile in secrecy.
Yeah.
And the rest is pretty fast.
Yeah, that's true. And we have the Surgical on the Force of Will? No, on the Orcish Bowmasters.
I don't know if that's correct.
I mean, that means he wants to draw a lot of cards for next turn.
But he can't draw a lot of cards.
He has to draw 3 or 4 cards, and he was at 8 life.
Top tier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we see now Philip moving through his remaining of the deck. I mean, we see here he has also a dress down in the deck. Does he play it main deck? No, he went through the deck of Jonas. And saw a dress down hiding in the deck, which is actually, or most likely, the card that will stop Philip on the next turn. So, yeah.
Yep.
What do we see here? I mean, for sure the brainstorm. Because, like, you have so many options now.
Yeah. Do you feel confident that if you name 5 cards, you can hit three of the cards in the pile?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Tassa's Oracle, Lines of Diamond, and how is it called? And the Knight's Whisper, and I think something like a land like Cavern of Souls, and then something like a Street Rave or an Edge of Autumn.
I would go with
And this is now really delayed.
this could be tough. I would go with
Underground Sea.
that's now a 2-turn clock. Let's see if we can do it in 2 turns. But like as a reminder, if Jonas doesn't have a removal spell, Tassa's Oracle wins with 2 cards left in the library.
Yeah. And the problem now is, I think he was counting on casting a Lines of Diamond here. So I could see that the top card is a Lines of Diamond. Because he can float then the mana from the Brainstorm.
So with the fetching in his hand, I no longer think that he has Cavern of Souls. I think he has a land that he can fetch in his
It's
pile.
an Underground Sea for sure. If there is a land, yeah.
I think it would be sensible to put a land in there because Wasteland is a thing.
Yeah.
And it's basically next turn or never right now. Because
Is this another grief?
will go down to 3. Since he didn't play it, I don't think it's a Lines of Diamond because there's no reason not to play it.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, it limits the information on the side of Jonas.
That's not really a thing right now. The information is I hit you 2 times and you're dead. No,
That's
Jonas
true.
doesn't need more information. It's the second grief, which basically is redundancy and if it's a Lines of Diamond, I'm really sad. Now it's Edge of Autumn. And Philip knows what he draws here because he built a pile. So he should not be surprised about that. If that's a Ponder, really bad?
If this is a Tassa, it's really good.
No, it's
Because-
really bad. Because it gets discarded to the grief. We're right now responding to a grief trigger. That's why this one was
Okay,
not
yeah.
cycled. It was, but if now Tassa is on top, he wins the game.
Yeah.
Yes, and he wins.
So good. Yeah. So it was like double cycle, a land, a Tassar, and
A mystery card.
a mystery card.
Which was quite glass cannon, actually.
I mean, it was a win on the next turn with the Brainstorm.
It was a lose to Dresden.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he didn't knew about the dress down, but it was one of.
It's also lose to Fatal Push. As we know.
I mean, he could have
I mean,
brainstormed
he had-
down to
he
4.
had the brainstorm in hand. Yeah, maybe now it wouldn't lose to because he could have. If he cast the brainstorm, he
4,
would
3,
have got.
2, 1. No, he would have went to one card
Yes.
with
Because
Brainstorm into double
if
Edge of
he's
Autumn.
lucky, he wouldn't. Because no.
I mean, the Fetch removes one card, the Brainstorm removes one card, the Draw Step removes one card, and the 2 Edge of Autumn. So yeah, he would have went to exactly 0 cards in hand, in the library.
But he would have be lucky enough to dodge the grief trigger, because if the grief trigger takes the Edge of Autumn, he sticks at one card. So it would have to cycle it, draw exactly the one land.
Yeah.
Which would require him, I think, to fetch and fail to find, because he needs to draw the one land for the grief, so that doesn't hit anything.
Yeah.
Because it hits anything different. If it hits Taster, he loses. If it hits Edge of
I
Autumn, he
mean,
loses.
but he knew which card he would get off the...
Yeah, but if he knows that he is not allowed to discard this card, he needs to fetch, fail to find. Because he wants to draw the land, because it's not hit by grief, and he needs his engine cards to stay active.
Yeah.
I think that's correct. Also, really wild. Last month, at the Austrian Legacy Masters, we had one Austrian player losing a chance of top 8 because he played Consider at the wrong time. He basically played Consider in response to grief.
Yeah.
And he knew that Tusk Oracle was on top of his library. So it was either put it into the library or draw it.
No, it was
put it in the graveyard, or draw it and put it into the graveyard.
Yeah. And he basically lost the game because of this one.
Yeah, and I think he lost his... I don't know if it was a straight win and in, but it was quite significant.
Yeah. So, yeah, here we have now game number 3. We didn't really see a lot of early game interaction on the side of Jonas for the last game, besides the one Orcish Bowmaster, so he may look down for some scamming again.
And we see 2 reanimates. So if he has a grief in hand, he can scam by removing 1 reanimate and reanimate the grief. And I think that from Jonas' perspective, the last card is a grief. It's grief, force of negation, 2 reanimate and land. That's 5 cards and something else. I think that's what I saw. Also, Philip goes to 6. How do you feel as a combo deck, mulling to 6, getting scammed?
I'm feeling well prepared to win a game. No, it's basically the worst thing that can happen. It's not something that you look forward to, but yeah, Doomsday is something that is really compressed. You have a lot of fast things you want to do, so you have to mull
If
a game.
you're really old and played Legacy for a long time, you might remember the card Hymn the Turok.
Yeah.
And it's like Hymn the Turok is better than opponent discards 2 cards because it's random.
Yeah.
But what's even better is you decide what 2 cards. Like it's you decide, then it's random, and then your opponent decide. It's the tier list.
Yeah.
And basically now we have a targeted Hymn the Turok.
Yeah. And
here we have a surgical removed, because if the surgical wasn't removed, then the scam wouldn't work. So it's basically just a buffer card at this point.
And I think you take the ponder here.
I think you take the ponder, because you just want to make it as hard as possible for Phil to
get any good stuff.
To get anything.
Yeah.
And then here's just Underground Sea, Street Draft, Mystery in Forest, and Flusterstorm in hand.
Yeah.
So he basically has nothing. He has
he top decks the Force of Will.
I don't agree with drawing here.
Yeah, it's you either get the good card or the... I mean, it's not... It's...
Yeah, but drawing that after discarding the ponder? Okay, that I don't know why.
Oh, I mean...
His hand should have a daze in it if he does it right.
Yeah.
That way. I didn't saw a daze. I didn't see each card, though.
I mean, the play makes totally sense with a daze.
Yes, with a daze, I think it's quite good.
Because, like, if he fetches now for an Underground Sea and attempts the
fatal pushing of the Incarnation, which is a little bit of a flavor fail.
Yeah. It's just a small Incarnation. And
he lets it happen.
Does he have a third reanimate?
That would be nice.
That would actually make sense now.
Yes. I just saw 2, actually. But also, Philip doesn't face any pressure right now. It's a Bowmaster. Why? Okay, Sorcery Speed Bowmaster. Don't know why.
I mean, so that he can't brainstorm a response if you top decks it.
Yeah.
I mean, Bowmaster really limits the options.
It makes sense because he knows it resolves now.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's
know
true.
that it resolves in the blind card.
Yeah.
And
there is an additional
and
chance for a
also,
brainstorm.
The removal light deck already played 1 removal.
Yeah,
so
that's true. And I think there is only 1 or 2. I would say 1 or 2 removal spells on the board. 2 fatal pushes, yeah. And one of those is already gone.
Like,
and
if I play against the Doomsday deck that really seems like it's just normal Doomsday, not some fancy shit, I don't expect more than 3 removal spells.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just for the key card to get rid of the Thalia,
Rid of the Lavinia, something like that.
Lavinia and stuff. Yeah. I mean, he only hits for 2, but the problem is like you can't really draw through your pile.
Yeah, the problem is Philip has nothing.
Yeah.
It's not really close to comboing. Because even if he finds a Doomsday, he needs his 3rd land.
I mean, there is a Doomsday.
Yeah,
with
you
2
keep the Doomsday and fetch.
Yeah.
Because that's what you want to do.
I mean, the problem still is like, I mean, you go down to 6 life and your opponent hits you for 3 for each turn. So you go down now to 9 life, and the next turn to 4.
Yeah, and the problem is if he's lower, if he's lower than 5,
Yeah.
he can't draw through his whole pile through
Yeah.
like edge of bottom because he will get shot down.
Yeah. And he will lose a life from the fetching.
So does he now look to play Sheldred? Right? He's looking for
Kinda.
to win the game.
It's the only thing he can do actually.
Because he has Force of Will in hand also. I think he has Force Protection in hand.
Yeah.
So if he can stick a Sheldred here,
he will
be in the game.
Yeah.
Actually goes down to 11 due to the card draw.
Yeah.
Are we ready to jinx Jonas and say he's far ahead?
Okay, get another. No, Philip is far ahead, so we want to. I mean, not that we want to see Jonas win, but it's again a long game, and yeah.
Many people watching actually at this time.
16 currently.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, the thing is like, even though we go to turns, we have like a lot of breaks because a lot of other tables also go to turns, and then it needs a lot of time to get everything together.
Also, we are like operating at the minimum amount of breaks right now, and it's kind of taxing to commentate constantly.
That's true. And do we see here the big mama, the big shield rat?
I mean, he only has 3. He only represents 3 mana right now.
Yeah.
He easily can have a Dark Ritual.
That's true.
But like, even if he has Sheldred in hand, it's not a guarantee that he can play it.
And now we have the unblockable Void Walker.
Which basically means he needs Sheldred now. Oh, he can't. Yeah, that's also fine.
Going down to 4, which means he's unable to fetch if he does something substantial for the next turn.
Yeah, he can only allow to fetch for Sheldred because it blocks.
Yeah. Blocks the 2/2. Gains him some life.
So now he's not allowed to fetch at all.
And now we want to ask him, is it the real life? Or is it just a losing streak?
I mean, it's not really a losing streak if he makes top 8.
But a losing streak for him on the feature table, actually. he doesn't really want to play on stream because he always loses on stream, he told me. But it's just a good matchup that I wanted to see.
I actually, ahead of winning season end tournament, I had a terrible winning record at tournament.
It's Flusterstorm, double force obligation in the hand.
Yeah, which would have done nothing against Sheldred.
Yeah, it's a ponder.
It's just a ponder, but still, those counter spells don't hit the Sheldred. So
That's true.
he really was alive until he wasn't.
Yeah. So Jonas Schernberger continuing his journey, third in 3 rounds on stream, 2 wins, 1 draw, and yeah, good luck in the semifinals. And I think, guys, we will see you in a few minutes with the next round. See you, guys.
Auf jeden Fall ein bisschen Freude mit dem Account, das haben wir noch recht gehört.
Ist gut. And welcome back, guys. We have really fortunate news for at least both of us. We will conclude this with a top 4 prize split. So thank you guys for sticking out till the last minute. And yeah, I think we conclude the stream here.
Yeah, so our winning decks are Saga Storm, Ube's Game, and
Lance and Aluren.
Aluren, yes. Fine, yeah.
So yeah, we had a really slowish meta for today's tournament. A lot of control sticking around, Lance, and basically decks that played more the control route than the aggro route. We had I think 1 Crixis Delver deck. So not really any decks that pressure on the first few turns, besides Mono Black Saga Storm. And yeah.
Actually, I thought about which deck I would have brought. And Burn would also be really good in this meta.
I mean, we had a few hot band decks with a few auras.
Yeah, but just dedicated Burn.
Yeah.
Would probably...
I mean, for me, I think the probably right choice for the tournament would have been Mississippi River. It's the new kid on the block. Not a lot of players have experience playing versus the deck, and you just get a few free wins, especially against control.
Also, since we are not technically running competitive, you will not get your game losses for flipping extra cards over, which is a thing you should be minimizing if you play Cascade.
Yeah, I mean, cascading is also do you have the correct trigger staying or representing on the battlefield when you play cards, put in a dice or a token for the cascading, then flip the card, then with the demonstrate abilities.
Yeah. I think Mississippi River is one of the decks that's easier to play online than to play in
Marvelous Stretch, actually. Actually, it's like you have so many various triggers where you have to order the cards and stuff like that. And the same is with Mississippi River. You have to be careful flipping through your deck. You have to be shuffling your deck a lot, because every version of Creative Technique says shuffle your library. So shuffle your deck, guys.
Also, don't forget to if you demonstrate, allow your opponent to resolve his
spell first.
And yeah, but so Mississippi River would have won this tournament. Sadly, nobody played it, and that conclude our weekly podcast about Mississippi River.
So yeah, cascading rivers. But yeah, this would be probably our choices of decks. I mean, you would have played Rhinos.
I would have played Rhinos because I just like Rhinos, and it would actually have been quite good in this meta.
Yeah.
But out of I think something hyper aggressive would have been good enough to go under the control decks.
Something like Shadow
or Burn.
Yeah.
Or really fast things. Also, maybe Dredge.
I mean, yeah, Gravitate is low currently, so I mean TS would also kind of strive in this meta.
Rainbow Depth, I think would be good.
I mean, yeah, the problem with Rainbow Depth is it's like a deck that really exists because one pilot is really strong with it. And this pilot currently doesn't play in
just
PGO.
Play black, green turbo depth.
Yeah.
It's easier to pilot.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I think, thank you very much for sticking out and we see you probably at the European Legacy Masters
or
in
in
Bologna.
the Twitch stream for the four-season tournament channel.
True. So
So there will be tournaments the whole week streamed, weekend streamed from September 1st to September 3rd.
Yeah.
From Team Trios, Modern, Vintage, Legacy to Modern and Legacy.
Yeah.
The European Legacy Master itself starts at 10:30 European Central Time on Saturday. So watch for that.
And
support the Rhinos and
true.
yeah, watch out for me in the finals.
So you are at Joba99 on Twitter.
Yeah, Yoba, and so like the first two letters of my first name, first two letters of my last name, and the underscore and my birth year. So really creative at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see me on Twitter. It's at Unicorn Lord, but the O in the Lord is a 0. Watch the In Response, a Legacy podcast on every basically social media or podcast platform out there. There will be a new episode published on next week, Friday, together with Sahami Hadi, one of our core members of the European Legacy Masters, and MTG Abadasai. So watch out for this one. And yeah, I think we have now every word being spoken, and see you guys for the next stream.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good night.